Hey everybody, how are we doing tonight? Nutcracker. Apparently, YouTube is continuing on with its lovely issues that it always has. I don't know what its problem is, but I had the screen capture on the vertical stream and went live, and it didn't do it with the screen capture. So they don't let you edit that. And I had to close that whole thing down after I'd already gone live here. So I'm so sorry for making you guys wait. It's very frustrating, but I did get it figured out. I will turn down that music. There we go. So tonight I will be reading Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, and Song of Solomon or Song of Songs, depending on what you call it. I just have to fix some settings here and then we will get going. Almost done. And if anybody needs prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. Hey, Adam. Oh, thank you, honey. You're so sweet. I appreciate you. Just have one more setting to correct, or hopefully it doesn't need correcting, but it usually does. So I always check it once I go live to see if it changed. It did not. That's a first. Okay. Welcome to those just joining. God bless you. Again, if you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. Do you want to get Cracker out of here for me? But go ahead and say what you want to say.
If you have prayers, don't hesitate to ask. Oh, and God, we love you, and Jesus does too.
Good job.
High five.
Yes. How's your belly?
Feeling a little better.
It's a little better? Good.
And I made another guy.
That looks kind of like a train. Very cool. Okay. Why don't you get Cracker out of here for me, honey? He keeps getting crazy. Okay, thank you.
I did have a blonde ninja, but he kind of fell off Steven's desk.
Oh no, I see. So it broke. Oh, well that's good. Okay, so I'm going to take off the starting shortly and bring the Bible up. You guys can follow along for those that like the text on the screen. And then get rid of my welcome thing. He is a good little co-host, isn't he? Okay.
Wait.
What?
I want to see.
Go ahead. Adam is here. Do you want to say hi?
Hi, Adam.
He said you're a great little co-host. And he's right. I was really surprised because I left the music going after last night's live, and I usually set a thing on my streaming software that makes it end at 12 hours. But I forgot to do that, and usually YouTube will just automatically end it at 11 hours and 55 minutes anyway, and it didn't. So I had a over 16-hour stream, which was weird. So I don't know, maybe they're allowing that now. But usually they don't archive anything over 12 hours. Okay. So, Proverbs chapter 1. To know wisdom and discipline, to understand the sayings of understanding, to receive discipline that leads to insight, righteousness, justice, and equity, to give prudence to the simple, to the youth knowledge and discretion. Let the wise man hear and increase in learning, and a man of understanding will acquire guidance. To understand a proverb and an enigma, the words of the wise and their riddles. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge. Ignorant fools despise wisdom and discipline. I love you too, baby. Hear, my son, your father's discipline, and do not abandon your mother's instruction. For they are a garland of grace for your head and ornaments about your neck. My son, if sinners entice you, do not be willing. If they say, come with us, let us lie in wait for blood. Let us ambush the innocent without cause. Let us swallow them alive like Sheol, and whole as those who go down to the pit. We will find all kinds of precious wealth. We will fill our houses with spoil. Cast in your lot with us. We shall all have one purse. My son, do not walk in the way with them. Withhold your feet from their pathway, for their feet run to evil, and they hasten to shed blood. For it is no use that a net is spread in the sight of any bird, but they lie in wait for their own blood. They ambush their own lives. So are the paths of everyone who is greedy for gain. It takes away the life of its possessors. Wisdom shouts in the streets. She gives forth her voice in the square. At the head of the noisy street she calls out. At the entrance of the gates in the city she utters her sayings. How long, O simple ones, will you love simplicity? And scoffers delight in scoffing, and fools hate knowledge. Turn to my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit on you. I will make my words known to you. Because I called and you refused, I stretched out my hand and no one paid attention, and you neglected all my counsel, and were not willing to accept my reproof. I will also laugh at your disaster. I will mock when your dread comes. When your dread comes like a storm, and your disaster comes like a whirlwind, when distress and anguish come upon you. Then they will call on me, but I will not answer. They will seek me earnestly, but they will not find me, because they hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of Yahweh. Oh, hey, Scott. I'm glad you're here. How are you? And welcome to everyone who's joined. God bless you. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. I am reading Proverbs chapter 1. Because they hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of Yahweh. They were not willing to accept my counsel. They spurned all my reproof. So they shall eat of the fruit of their way and be satisfied with their own devices. For the turning away of the simple will kill them, and the complacency of fools will destroy them. But he who listens to me shall dwell securely and will be at ease from the dread of evil. And that was Proverbs chapter 1. Oh, I'm glad you're doing well. Did you sleep well? You must have if you're doing good. Or well enough, right? I am still struggling to walk and in a great deal of pain, but I remember when I used to be just a fitness fanatic. Anytime you took time off and then worked hard, it was always worse the second day. So I'm hoping tomorrow it will be better, but we shall see. I take a while to recover anyway. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate the prayers. Tonight, for those just joining, I will be reading the book of Proverbs, the book of Ecclesiastes, and then the book of the Song of Solomon. Some call it the Song of Songs as well. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. My son, if you will receive my words and treasure my commandments within you, to make your ear pay attention to wisdom, incline your heart to discernment. For if you call out for understanding, give your voice for discernment. If you seek her as silver and search for her as for hidden treasures, then you will understand the fear of Yahweh and find the knowledge of God. For Yahweh gives wisdom. From his mouth come knowledge and discernment. He stores up sound wisdom for the upright, a shield to those who walk in integrity, to guard the paths of justice, and he keeps the way of his holy ones. Then you will understand righteousness and justice and equity, every good track. For wisdom will enter your heart, and knowledge will be pleasant to your soul. Discretion will keep you, discernment will guard you, to deliver you from the way of evil, from the man who speaks perverse things, from those who forsake the paths of uprightness, to walk in the ways of darkness, who are glad to do evil, and they rejoice in the perversity of evil, whose paths are crooked, and who are devious in their tracks, to deliver you from the strange woman, from the foreign woman who flatters with her words, who forsakes the close companion of her youth, and forgets the covenant of her God. For her house sinks down to death, and her tracks descend to the dead. All who go to her will not return, and they will not reach the paths of life. so that you will walk in the way of good men and keep to the paths of the righteous. For the upright will dwell in the land, and the blameless will remain in it. But the wicked will be cut off from the land, and the treacherous will be torn away from it. That was Proverbs chapter 2. I'm going to take a drink, and then we will carry on into Proverbs chapter 3. How is everybody's weekend going? Any big plans? Okay. Proverbs chapter 3. My son, do not forget my law, but let your heart guard my commandments. For length of days and years of life and peace they will add to you. Do not let loving kindness and truth forsake you. Bind them around your neck. Write them on the tablet of your heart. So you will find favor and good insight in the eyes of God and man. Trust in Yahweh with all your heart, and do not lean on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make your paths straight. Do not be wise in your own eyes. Fear Yahweh and turn away from evil. It will be healing to your body and refreshment to your bones. Honor Yahweh from your wealth and from the first of all your produce, so your barns will be filled with plenty, and your vats will burst with new wine. My son, do not reject the discipline of Yahweh or loathe his reproof. For whom Yahweh loves, he reproves, even as a father reproves the son in whom he delights. How blessed is the man who finds wisdom, and the man who obtains discernment. For her profit is better than the profit of silver, and her produce better than fine gold. She is more precious than pearls, and nothing you desire compares with her. Length of days is in her right hand. In her left hand are riches and glory. Her ways are pleasant ways, and all her pathways are peace. She is a tree of life to those who seize her, and all those who hold her fast are blessed. Yahweh by wisdom founded the earth. By discernment he established the heavens. By his knowledge the deeps were split up, and the skies droop with dew. My son, let them not deviate from your eyes. Guard sound wisdom and discretion, so they will be life for your soul and grace for your neck. Then you will walk in your way securely, and your foot will not stumble. When you lie down, you will not be in dread. You will lie down, and your sleep will be pleasant. Do not be afraid of sudden dread, nor of the storm of the wicked when it comes. For Yahweh will be your confidence, and will keep your foot from being caught. Do not withhold good from those to whom it is due, when it is in your hand to do it. Do not say to your neighbor, go and come back, and tomorrow I will give it, when it is there with you. Do not devise harm against your neighbor while he lives securely beside you. Do not contend with a man without cause if he has dealt you no harm. Do not envy a man of violence, and do not choose any of his ways. For the devious one is an abomination to Yahweh, but his secret counsel is with the upright. The curse of Yahweh is on the house of the wicked one, but he blesses the abode of the righteous. Though he scoffs at the scoffers, yet he gives grace to the humble. The wise will inherit glory, but fools raise up disgrace. And that was Proverbs chapter 3. Welcome to those just joining us. God bless you. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. Oh, I'm glad it's good. It's good to relax, get some good rest. Let me take a drink real quick, and we will carry on into Proverbs chapter 4. Hear, O sons, the discipline of a father. and pay attention that you may know understanding, for I give you sound learning. Do not forsake my instruction. When I was a son to my father, tender and the only son before my mother, then he instructed me and said to me, let your heart hold fast my words, keep my commandments and live, acquire wisdom, acquire understanding. Do not forget. You okay? Did you drop something? Do not forget and do not turn away from the sayings of my mouth. Do not forsake her, and she will keep you. Love her, and she will guard you. The beginning of wisdom is acquire wisdom, and with all your acquiring, acquire understanding. Prize her, and she will exalt you. She will honor you if you embrace her. She will give for your head a garland of grace. She will present you with a crown of beauty. Hear, my son, and receive my sayings, and the years of your life will be many. I have instructed you in the way of wisdom. I have led you in upright tracks. When you walk, your steps will not be impeded, and if you run, you will not stumble. Seize discipline, do not let go. Guard her, for she is your life. Do not enter the path of wicked men, and do not step into the way of evil men. Avoid it, do not pass by it. Stray from it and pass on. For they do not sleep unless they do evil, and they are robbed of sleep unless they make someone stumble. For they eat the bread of wickedness and drink the wine of violence. But the path of the righteous is like the light of dawn, that shines brighter and brighter until the fullness of day. The way of the wicked is like thick darkness. They do not know over what they stumble. My son, pay attention to my words. Incline your ear to my sayings. Do not let them deviate from your eyes. Keep them in the midst of your heart. For they are life to those who find them, and healing to all his flesh. Weird. My vertical stream just suddenly popped out of itself for some reason. There we go. Guard your heart with all diligence. Far from it flow the springs of life. For from it. Goodness, I got distracted. Okay, guard your heart with all diligence, for from it flow the springs of life. Put away from you a perverse mouth, and put devious lips far from you. Let your eyes look directly ahead, and even let your eyelids be fixed straight in front of you. Watch the track of your feet, and all your ways will be established. Do not turn to the right nor to the left. Turn your foot from evil. And that was Proverbs chapter 4. Proverbs 5. My son, pay attention to my wisdom, incline your ear to my discernment, that you may keep discretion, and that your lips may guard knowledge. In and out and in and out, huh? What you doing?
Trying to find my white ninja.
Your white ninja? Do you want to say hi to Scott?
Yes. Hi, Scott.
For the lips of a strange woman drip honey, and smoother than oil is her speech. But her end is bitter as wormwood, sharp as a two-edged sword. Her feet go down to death. Her steps take hold of Sheol, lest she watch the path of life. Her tracks are unstable, she does not know it. So now, my sons, listen to me, and do not turn away from the words of my mouth. Keep your way far from her, and do not go near the door of her house, lest you give your splendor to others, and your years to the cruel one, lest strangers be satisfied by your strength, and by your painful labor, those in the house of a foreigner, and you groan at your end, when your flesh and your body are consumed, and you say, how I have hated discipline, and my heart spurned reproof. I have not listened to the voice of my instructors, and I have not inclined my ear to my teachers. I was almost in utter ruin in the midst of the assembly and congregation. Drink water from your own cistern and fresh water from your own well. Should your springs be dispersed abroad, streams of water in the streets? Let them be for you alone, and not for strangers with you. Let your fountain be blessed, and be glad in the wife of your youth. As a loving hind and a graceful doe, let her breasts satisfy you at all times. Be intoxicated always with her love. So why should you, my son, be intoxicated with a strange woman and embrace the bosom of a foreign woman? For the ways of a man are before the eyes of Yahweh, and he watches all his tracks. His own iniquities will capture him who is the wicked one, and with the cords of his sin he will be held fast. He will die for lack of discipline, and in the abundance of his folly he will stumble in intoxication. And that was Proverbs chapter 5. Be safe out there, guys. Okay. Scott said hi, Shiloh. Give me just a quick second here. I can find my medication I need to take. Yeah, you want to come over and talk to them? Go ahead, you can. Huh? Oh, there you are. I finally found it.
Adam?
It's Adam and Scott that have announced themselves. Go ahead and say. Ask them maybe about Legos or something. Or you could just tell them about your Legos.
What is ask them about Legos?
Scott said, love you, Shiloh. He's not sure what to talk about, I guess. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, baby.
Oh, I don't know what to talk about.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you have any, like, Legos that your son plays with, Adam?
Oh, I don't know if Adam has sons. Adam, I'm not sure if you heard Shiloh ask. He wanted to know if your son plays with Legos. But I'm not sure if you have any children. Okay, while we're waiting for him to respond, I will read chapter 6. My son, if you have become a guarantor for your neighbor, have struck your hands in pledge for a stranger, if you have been snared with the words of your mouth, have been caught with the words of your mouth, do this then, my son, and deliver yourself. Since you have come into the hand of your neighbor, go, humble yourself, and badger your neighbor. Give no sleep to your eyes, no slumber to your eyelids. Deliver yourself like a gazelle from the hunter's hand, and like a bird from the hand of the fowler. Go to the ant, O sluggard. Observe her ways and be wise, which having no chief, officer, or ruler, prepares her food in the summer, and gathers her provision in the harvest. How long will you lie down, O sluggard? When will you arise from your sleep? A little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to rest. Your poverty will come in like a vagabond, and your want like an armed man. A vile person, a wicked man, is the one who walks with a perverse mouth, who winks with his eyes, who signals with his feet, who points with his fingers, who with perversity in his heart continually devises evil, who spreads contentions. Therefore, his disaster will come suddenly. Instantly, he will be broken, and there will be no healing. Oh, wow. Adam has 4 girls. Where girls like to play with Legos sometimes, so I guess the question stands. I have 4 boys, and you have 4 girls. Wow, that sounds like a lot. I feel like we've had this conversation before now that you say that. Okay, let's see.
Hey, Scott.
Oh, go ahead.
Scott.
He's listening. What do you want to say?
Do you have any cats that like to snuggle in your blanket with you?
I think Scott has a dog where he lives. He doesn't have any kitties, but he does like kitties. He said he used to have cats. There are 6 things which Yahweh hates, even 7 which are an abomination to him: haughty eyes, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked thoughts, feet that hasten to run to evil, a false witness who breathes out lies, and one who spreads strife among brothers. My son, observe the commandment of your father, and do not abandon the law of your mother. Bind them continually on your heart, tie them around your neck. Uh-oh, it looks like the stream is messing up a little bit. Oh, it looks like that was a while ago it did that. Mine is lagging. Sorry about that. He says his grandsons play with Legos. Adam did. Oh, wow. And Scott said he had 10 cats. When you walk about, they will lead you. When you sleep, they will keep watch over you. And when you awake, they will speak to you. For the commandment is a lamp, and the law is light. And reproofs for discipline are the way of life, to keep you from the evil woman, from the smooth tongue of the foreign woman. Do not desire her beauty in your heart, nor let her capture you with her eyelids. For on account of a harlot, one is reduced to a loaf of bread, and an adulteress hunts for the precious life. Can a man take fire in his bosom, and his clothes not be burned? Or can a man walk on hot coals, and his feet not be scorched? So is the one who goes into his neighbor's wife. Whoever touches her will not go unpunished. Men do not despise a thief if he steals, to fill himself when he is hungry. But when he is found, he must repay 7-fold. He must give all the substance of his house. The one who commits adultery with a woman is lacking a heart of wisdom. He who would destroy his soul does it. Wounds and disgrace he will find, and his reproach will not be blotted out. For jealousy enrages a man, and he will not spare in the day of vengeance. He will not accept any ransom. He will not be willing, though you give many bribes. And that was Proverbs chapter 6. And here comes the train. Too bad Hugo is not here. Oh, man. Yeah, the new Brady Bunch. Okay. I'm going to wait for the train to pass, so I will take a drink. Oh, yeah, Hugo usually comes in after the train. Yeah, lately, I think he's been busy. I'm going to refill my drink while I wait for the train to pass. Yes, baby. I love you. Okay. Sounds like it paused down the street, so it may get loud again, but I think we will continue. Proverbs chapter 7. My son, keep my words and treasure my commandments within you. Keep my commandments and live, and my law is the apple of your eye. Bind them on your fingers, write them on the tablet of your heart. Say to wisdom, you are my sister, and call understanding your intimate friend, in order to keep you from the strange woman, from the foreign woman who flatters with her words. For at the window of my house I looked out through my lattice, and I saw among the simple And discerned among the sons a young man lacking a heart of wisdom, passing through the street near her corner, and he strides along the way to her house. In the twilight, in the evening of that day, in the middle of the night, and in the thick darkness. And behold, a woman comes to meet him, dressed as a harlot and cunning of heart. She is boisterous and rebellious. Her feet do not dwell at home, stepping in the streets, stepping in the squares, and near every corner she lies in wait. So she seizes him and kisses him, and with a brazen face she says to him, "The sacrifices of peace offerings are with me. Today I paid my vows. Therefore I have come out to meet you, to seek your face earnestly, and I have found you. I have spread my couch with coverings, with colored linens of Egypt. I have sprinkled my bed with myrrh, aloes, and cinnamon. Come then, let us drink our fill as lovers until morning. Let us delight ourselves with the pleasures of love. For my husband is not at home. He has gone on a journey far away. He took a bag of silver in his hand. On the day of the full moon, he will come home." With her abundant persuasions, she entices him. With her flattering lips, she drives him to herself. He suddenly follows her, as an ox goes to the slaughter, or as one in fetters to the discipline of an ignorant fool, until an arrow pierces through his liver, as a bird hastens to the snare, and he does not know that it will cost him his soul. So now, my sons, listen to me, and pay attention to the words of my mouth. Do not let your heart go astray into her ways. Do not wander into her pathways. For many are the slain whom she has cast down, and numerous are all those killed by her. The ways to Sheol are in her house, descending to the chambers of death. And that was Proverbs chapter 7. Yes, baby. Oh, she thinks your Legos are toys. She wants you to play with her, that's all. Yeah.
A new guy and keep all the rest of my dolls, and I pull them up, make them into a wad and put them all back together again. One of their heads is missing. One of their heads are missing.
No.
First it was the blue guy's head, and the blue guy is completely missing.
Oh my goodness. Are you sure you haven't been eating them in your sleep?
No.
I'm not sure where they might be. But Lucy is very playful. Look at her. Okay. Welcome to those just joining us. God bless you. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. Man, it is getting warm in here again.
Third time this week.
Third time this week that it's gotten warm in here?
Yeah.
I think it's been third time this day. Okay, Proverbs chapter 8. Does not wisdom call and discernment give forth her voice? At the top of the heights upon the way, where the pathways meet, she takes her stand. Beside the gates, at the opening to the city, at the entrance of the doors, she makes a shout. To you, O men, I call. Apparently I'm gonna accentuate that by jumping something over. Goodness. To you, O men, I call, and my voice is to the sons of men. O simple ones, understand prudence, and O fools, understand a heart of wisdom. Listen, for I will speak noble things, and the opening of my lips will reveal upright things. Kitten, are you crazy? Oh, she's trying to get that drawer open. No, ma'am. No. I have to stuff things back in it. There was something hanging out of it. She thought she would just open the drawer and help herself. Okay. Listen, for I will speak noble things, and the opening of my lips will reveal upright things. For my mouth will utter truth, and wickedness is an abomination to my lips. All the words of my mouth are in righteousness. There is nothing twisted or crooked in them. They are all straightforward to him who understands, and right to those who find knowledge. Take my discipline and not silver, and knowledge rather than choicest fine gold. For wisdom is better than pearls, and all desirable things cannot compare with her. I, wisdom, dwell with prudence, and I find knowledge and discretion. The fear of Yahweh is to hate evil, pride and arrogance, and the evil way, and the mouth of perverted words I hate. Counsel is mine, and sound wisdom. I am understanding, might is mine. By me kings reign, and rulers mark out righteousness. By me princes rule, and nobles, all who judge rightly. I love those who love me, and those who earnestly seek me will find me. Riches and glory are with me, enduring wealth and righteousness. My fruit is better than fine gold, even pure gold, and my produce better than choice silver. I walk in the path of righteousness, in the midst of the pathways of justice, to give those who love me an inheritance of wealth, that I may fill their treasuries. Yahweh possessed me at the beginning of his way, before his deeds of old. From everlasting I was installed, from the beginning, from the earliest times of the earth. When there were no depths, I was brought forth, when there were no springs heavy with water. Before the mountains were settled, before the hills I was brought forth. While he had not yet made the earth and the fields outside, nor the first dust of the world. When he established the heavens, I was there. When he marked out a circle on the face of the deep, when he made firm the skies above, when the springs of the deep became strong, when he set for the sea its boundary, so that the water would not pass over his command. When he marked out the foundations of the earth, then I was beside him as a master workman, and I was a daily delight, rejoicing always before him. Rejoicing in the world, his earth, my delight is in the sons of men. So now, O sons, listen to me, for blessed are they who keep my ways. Hear discipline and be wise, and do not neglect it. How blessed is the man who hears me, to watch daily at my doors, to keep watch at my doorposts. For he who finds me finds life, and obtains favor from Yahweh. But he who sins against me does violence to his own soul. All those who hate me love death. And that was Proverbs chapter 8. Welcome to those just joining us. God bless you. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. I'm going to take a drink and then we will continue on to Proverbs chapter 9.
Amazing that times of guys.
Oh, wow.
I finally made coal. Because coal was the last.
Cole, don't jump. It's not worth it. Okay, he returned.
This is, no. This is Kai. This is Jay. This is, I think, this is the sensei.
Oh. There's a lot of really cool guys.
This is Lloyd.
Oh, Lloyd. I see you're making the guys from Ninjago. Yeah. Very cool. Reezy's attacking the box. Okay, Proverbs chapter 9. Wisdom has built her house. She has hewn out her 7 pillars. She has slaughtered her cattle. She has mixed her wine. She has also prepared her table. She has sent out her maidens. She calls from the tops of the heights of the city. Whoever is simple, let him turn in here. To him who lacks a heart of wisdom, she says, come, eat of my bread and drink of the wine I have mixed. Forsake your simplicity and live, and step into the way of understanding. He who disciplines a scoffer receives disgrace for himself, and he who reproves a wicked man receives injury for himself. Do not reprove a scoffer, lest he hate you. Reprove a wise man, and he will love you. Give knowledge to a wise man, and he will be still wiser. Make a righteous man know it, and he will increase his learning. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the Holy One is understanding. For by me your days will become many, and years of life will be added to you. If you are wise for yourself, and if you scoff, you alone will bear it. The woman of foolishness is boisterous, a woman of simplicity, and does not know anything. She sits at the doorway of her house, on a seat by the high places of the city, to call to those who pass by that way, who are making their paths straight. Whoever is simple, let him turn and hear. And to him who lacks a heart of wisdom, she says, stolen water is sweet, and bread eaten in secret is pleasant. But he does not know that the dead are there, that those she called are in the depths of Sheol. And that was Proverbs chapter 9. Welcome to those just joining. God bless you. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. Getting ready to read Proverbs chapter 10. I'm just going to drop some hashtags down in the comments. Then we will carry on. And actually, we'll say a quick prayer as well. Okay, Father God, we come before you tonight and ask that you help this stream to reach those who need a friend, those who need loved on and prayed for and need to hear your word, Lord. We ask that you just help us to reach those people, that we can touch their hearts and lead them to your path where they can find the peace and the joy and strength that we have in the relationship that we get to share with your Son. We thank you so much, Father. Please help my voice to be clear. Help me not to stumble very much or to trip over my lips. And just help us to have a good time in fellowship, learning and understanding your word with ears to hear and a heart to obey. We thank you, Father, in Jesus' name, amen. Okay, Proverbs chapter 10. A wise son makes a father glad, but a foolish son is a grief to his mother. Treasures gained by wickedness do not profit, but righteousness delivers from death. Yahweh will not allow the soul of the righteous to hunger, but he will push away the craving of the wicked. Poor is he who works with a slack hand, but the hand of the diligent makes rich. He who gathers in summer is a son who acts insightfully, but he who sleeps in harvest is a son who acts shamefully. Blessings are on the head of the righteous, but the mouth of the wicked covers up violence. The remembrance of the righteous is blessed, but the name of the wicked will rot. The wise of heart will receive commandments, but an ignorant fool of loose lips will be ruined. He who walks in integrity walks securely, but he who makes his ways crooked will be found out. He who winks the eye causes pain, and an ignorant fool of loose lips will be ruined. The mouth of the righteous is a fountain of life, but the mouth of the wicked covers up violence. Hatred stirs up strife, but love covers all transgressions. On the lips of the one who has understanding, wisdom is found, but a rod is for the back of him who lacks a heart of wisdom. Wise men store up knowledge, but the mouth of the ignorant fool draws ruin near. The rich man's wealth is his strong city. The ruin of the poor is their poverty. The wages of the righteous is life, the income of the wicked punishment. He is on the path of life who keeps discipline, but he who forsakes reproof makes himself wander about. He who covers up hatred has lying lips, and he who spreads a bad report is a fool. When there are many words, transgression is unavoidable, but he who holds back his lips has insight. The tongue of the righteous is as choice silver, the heart of the wicked is worth little. The lips of the righteous feed many, but ignorant fools die for lack of a heart of wisdom. It is the blessing of Yahweh that makes rich, and he adds no pain with it. Doing wickedness is like laughing to a fool, and so is wisdom to a man of discernment. What the wicked dreads will come upon him, but the desire of the righteous will be granted. When the whirlwind passes, the wicked is no more, but the righteous has an everlasting foundation. Like vinegar to the teeth and like smoke to the eyes, so is the sluggard to those who send him. The fear of Yahweh prolongs life, but the years of the wicked will be shortened. The expectation of the righteous is gladness, but the hope of the wicked will perish. The way of Yahweh is a stronghold to the one with integrity, but ruin to the workers of iniquity. The righteous will never be shaken, but the wicked will not dwell in the land. The mouth of the righteous bears wisdom, but the tongue of perversions will be cut out. The lips of the righteous know what is acceptable, but the mouth of the wicked what is perverse. And that was Proverbs chapter 10. My chair needs to be tightened again. It keeps leaning forward and it creaks. Okay. I'm going to take a drink real quick and then we will read Proverbs chapter 11. A deceptive balance is an abomination to Yahweh, but a just weight is his delight. When arrogance comes, then comes disgrace, but with the meek is wisdom. The integrity of the upright will lead them, but the crookedness of the treacherous will destroy them. Wealth will not profit in the day of wrath, but righteousness will deliver from death. The righteousness of the blameless will make his way straight, but the wicked will fall by his own wickedness. The righteousness of the upright will deliver them, but the treacherous will be captured by their own desire. When a wicked man dies, his hope will perish, and the expectation of vigorous men perishes. The righteous is rescued from distress, but the wicked takes his place. With his mouth the godless man corrupts his neighbor, but through knowledge the righteous will be rescued. When it goes well with the righteous, the city exults, and when the wicked perish, there is joyful shouting. By the blessing of the upright, a city is raised up, but by the mouth of the wicked, it is torn down. He who despises his neighbor lacks a heart of wisdom, but a man of discernment keeps silent. He who goes about as a slanderer reveals secrets, but he who is faithful in spirit conceals a matter. Where there is no guidance, the people fall, but in abundance of counselors there is salvation. If one becomes a guarantor for a stranger, he will surely suffer, but he who hates striking hands in pledge is secure. A gracious woman holds fast to glory, but ruthless men hold fast to riches. The man of loving kindness deals bountifully with his soul, but the cruel man brings trouble on his flesh. The wicked earns deceptive wages, but he who sows righteousness gets a true reward. He who is steadfast in righteousness will attain to life, and he who pursues evil will bring about his own death. Those with a crooked heart are an abomination to Yahweh. Come on, Weezy. Yeah, a pretty girl. You rolling up to your bed? Those with a crooked heart are an abomination to Yahweh, but those of a blameless way are his delight. Assuredly, the evil man will not go unpunished, but the seed of the righteous will escape. As a ring of gold in a swine's snout, so is a beautiful woman who turns away from discretion. The desire of the righteous is only good, but the hope of the wicked is wrath. There is one who scatters and yet increases all the more, and there is one who holds back what is rightly due and yet results only in want. The soul that blesses will be enriched, and he who waters will himself be watered. He who withholds grain, the people will curse him, but blessing will be on the head of him who sells it. He who earnestly seeks good seeks favor, but he who searches for evil, evil will come to him. He who trusts in his riches will fall, but the righteous will flourish like the green leaf. He who troubles his own house will inherit wind, and the ignorant fool will be a slave to the wise of heart. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and he who is wise wins souls. If the righteous will be repaid in the earth, how much more the wicked and the sinner? Proverbs chapter 11. Hi, Weezy, you're coming back through? Oh, you want to play cursor? Pretty girl. I love you. Do you want to ride to the bed? Here, I'll take you over there. Oh. Oh. We are already to Proverbs chapter 12. I'm going to take a quick drink before I carry on reading this chapter. Actually, Weezy, do you want to go out? You just pause the door when you're ready to come back in. No, don't want to go out, that's fine too. Goodness. These kittens. Oh, I see why you're not going to your bed. Because Riri is in your bed. Okay. If you haven't already, I would really appreciate it if you would hit the like button on the stream. That helps get it out there as well. And if you know anybody who needs to hear the word of God, please do share it with them. Proverbs chapter 12. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate you. Whoever loves discipline loves knowledge, but he who hates reproof is senseless. A good man will obtain favor from Yahweh, but a man of evil schemes he will condemn. A man will not be established by wickedness, but the root of the righteous will not be shaken. An excellent wife is the crown of her husband, but she who causes shame is like rottenness in his bones. The thoughts of the righteous are just, but the guidance of the wicked is deceitful. The words of the wicked lie in wait for blood, but the mouth of the upright will deliver them. The wicked are overthrown and are no more, but the house of the righteous will stand. A man will be praised according to his insight, but one of perverse heart will be despised. Better is he who is lightly esteemed and has a servant than he who honors himself and lacks bread. A righteous man knows the value of the life of his animal, but even the compassion of the wicked is cruel. He who cultivates his land will be satisfied with bread, but he who pursues empty things lacks a heart of wisdom. The wicked man desires a stronghold of evil men, but the root of the righteous gives fruit. The snare of an evil man is in the transgression of his lips, but the righteous man will come out from distress. A man will be satisfied with good by the fruit of his mouth, and the good deed of a man's hands will return to him. The way of an ignorant fool is right in his own eyes, but a wise man is he who listens to counsel. An ignorant fool's anger is known at once, but a prudent man conceals disgrace. He who breathes out truth declares what is right, but a false witness, deceit. There is one who speaks rashly like the thrusts of a sword, but the tongue of the wise brings healing. Truthful lips will be established forever, but a lying tongue is only for a moment. Deceit is in the heart of those who devise evil, but counselors of peace have gladness. No misfortune befalls the righteous, but the wicked are filled with calamity. Lying lips are an abomination to Yahweh, but doers of faithfulness are his delight. A prudent man conceals knowledge, but the heart of fools proclaims folly. The hand of the diligent will rule, but the slack hand will be put to forced labor. Anxiety in a man's heart weighs it down, but a good word makes it glad. The righteous is a guide to his neighbor, but the way of the wicked makes them wander about. A slack-handed man does not roast his prey, but the wealth of a man is precious for the diligent. In the path of righteousness is life, and in its pathway there is no death. And that was Proverbs 12. Proverbs 13. A wise son accepts his father's discipline, but a scoffer does not listen to rebuke. From the fruit of a man's mouth he eats what is good, but the soul of the treacherous desires violence. The one who guards his mouth keeps his soul. The one who opens wide his lips comes to ruin. The soul of the sluggard craves and gets nothing, but the soul of the diligent is enriched. A righteous man hates a lying word, but a wicked man acts odiously and is humiliated. Righteousness guards the one whose way is blameless, but wickedness subverts the sinner. There is one who pretends to be rich, but has nothing. Another pretends to be poor, but has great wealth. The ransom of a man's life is his wealth, but the poor hears no rebuke. The light of the righteous is glad, but the lamp of the wicked goes out. With arrogance comes only quarreling, but with those who receive counsel is wisdom. Wealth obtained from empty effort dwindles, but the one who gathers with his hand abounds. Hope deferred makes the heart sick, but desire fulfilled is a tree of life. The one who despises the word will be in debt to it, but the one who fears the commandment will be rewarded. The instruction of the wise is a fountain of life, to turn aside from the snares of death. Good insight gives grace, but the way of the treacherous is unrelenting. Every prudent man acts with knowledge, but a fool spreads out folly. A wicked messenger falls into evil, but a faithful envoy brings healing. Poverty and disgrace come to him who neglects discipline, but he who keeps reproof will be honored. Desire realized is pleasant to the soul, but it is an abomination to fools to turn away from evil. He who walks with the wise will be wise, but the friend of fools will suffer harm. Evil pursues sinners, but the righteous are repaid with good. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children, and the wealth of the sinner is stored up for the righteous. Abundant food is in the fallow ground of the poor, but it is swept away by injustice. He who holds back his rod hates his son, but he who loves him disciplines him diligently. The righteous eats to the satisfaction of his soul, but the stomach of the wicked lacks. And that was Proverbs chapter 13. Okay, I'm going to take a drink and then I will read Proverbs 14. Give me just 1 second. Do something real quick. Okay. I'm just going to start putting the key verse from each chapter down in the comments. And there we go. And now Proverbs chapter 14. The wise woman builds her house, but the woman of folly tears it down with her own hands. He who walks in his uprightness fears Yahweh, but he who is devious in his ways despises him. In the mouth of the ignorant fool is a rod of lofty pride, but the lips of the wise will keep them. Where no oxen are, the manger is clean, but much revenue comes by the strength of the ox. A faithful witness will not lie, but a false witness breathes out lies. A scoffer seeks wisdom and finds none, but knowledge is easy to one who has understanding. Leave the presence of a fool, as you have not known lips of knowledge there. The wisdom of the prudent is to understand his way, but the folly of fools is deceit. Ignorant fools scoff at guilt, but among the upright there is favor. The heart knows its own bitterness, and a stranger does not share its gladness. The house of the wicked will be destroyed, but the tent of the upright will flourish. There is a way which seems right to a man, but its end is the way of death. Even in laughter the heart may be in pain, and the end of joy may be grief. The one who turns back in his heart will be satisfied with his ways, but a good man will be satisfied with his. The simple believes everything, but the prudent one discerns his steps. A wise man fears and turns away from evil, but a fool gets angry and feels secure. A quick-tempered man acts in folly, and a man of evil schemes is hated. The simple inherit folly, but the prudent are crowned with knowledge. The evil will bow down before the good, and the wicked at the gates of the righteous. The poor is hated even by his neighbor, but those who love the rich are many. He who despises his neighbor sins, but how blessed is he who is gracious to the poor. Will they not wander in error who devise evil? But loving kindness and truth will be to those who devise good. In all painful labor there is profit, but mere words from the lips lead only to want. The crown of the wise is their riches, but the folly of fools is folly. A truthful witness delivers souls, but he who breathes out lies is deceitful. In the fear of Yahweh there is strong security, and his children will have refuge. The fear of Yahweh is a fountain of life, to turn aside from the snares of death. In a multitude of people is a king's splendor, but in the dearth of people is a prince's ruin. He who is slow to anger has great discernment, but he who is quick-tempered raises up folly. A tranquil heart is life to the body, but jealousy is rottenness to the bones. He who oppresses the poor reproaches his maker, but he who is gracious to the needy honors him. The wicked is thrust down by his own evil, but the righteous takes refuge even in his death. Wisdom rests in the heart of one who has understanding, but in the midst of fools it is merely made known. Righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a disgrace to any people. The king's favor is toward a servant who acts insightfully, but his fury is toward him who acts shamefully. And that was Proverbs chapter 14. And I will put the key verse down here again in the comments. There we go. Welcome to those just joining us. God bless you. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. I'm going to take a quick drink and then we will carry on reading Proverbs chapter 15. Excuse me. Proverbs 15. A gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. The tongue of the wise makes knowledge look good, but the mouth of fools pours forth folly. The eyes of Yahweh are in every place, watching the evil and the good. A tongue that brings healing is a tree of life, but perversion in it breaks the spirit. An ignorant fool spurns his father's discipline, but he who keeps reproof is prudent. The house of the righteous has much treasure, but in the income of the wicked there is trouble. The lips of the wise disperse knowledge, but the hearts of fools are not so. The sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination to Yahweh, but the prayer of the upright is his delight. The way of the wicked is an abomination to Yahweh, but he loves one who pursues righteousness. Grievous discipline is for him who forsakes the way. He who hates reproof will die. Sheol and Abaddon lie open before Yahweh. How much more the hearts of the sons of men? A scoffer does not love one who reproves him. He will not go to the wise. A glad heart makes a face look good, but when the heart is pained, the spirit is broken. The heart of the one who has understanding seeks knowledge, but the mouth of fools feeds on folly. All the days of the afflicted are evil, but a good heart has a continual feast. Better is a little with the fear of Yahweh than great treasure and turmoil with it. Better is a dish of vegetables where there is love than a fattened ox and hatred in it. A hot-tempered man stirs up strife, but the slow to anger quiets a dispute. The way of the sluggard is as a hedge of thorns, and the path of the upright is a highway. A wise son makes a father glad, but a foolish man despises his mother. Folly is gladness to him who lacks a heart of wisdom, but a man of discernment walks straight. Without consultation, plans are frustrated, but with many counselors they succeed. A man has gladness in an apt answer, and how good is a timely word. The path of life leads upward for the one who has insight, that he may turn away from Sheol below. Yahweh will tear down the house of the proud, but he will cause the boundary of the widow to stand. Evil thoughts are an abomination to Yahweh, but pleasant words are pure. He who is greedy for gain troubles his own house, but he who hates gifts of bribery will live. The heart of the righteous ponders how to answer, but the mouth of the wicked pours forth evil things. Yahweh is far from the wicked, but he hears the prayer of the righteous. Bright eyes gladden the heart, a good report puts fat on the bones. He whose ear listens to the life-giving reproof will lodge among the wise. He who neglects discipline despises his soul, but he who listens to reproof acquires a heart of wisdom. The fear of Yahweh is the discipline leading to wisdom, and before glory comes humility. And that was Proverbs chapter 15. Welcome to those just coming in. How are you doing tonight? God bless you. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. I'm just going to drop the key verse down in the comments, and then we will carry on into chapter 16. Do you guys have a favorite proverb? It doesn't have to be the chapter, or it could be the whole chapter or just a verse. I know a lot of men like the better to live in the corner of a roof than with a what is the word? It's not argumentative woman, but a bickering woman. I have definitely heard that. I don't think I'm old enough to be, well, I'm probably old enough to be somebody's grandmother, but maybe not somebody who's old enough to use YouTube. Jesus loves you too. But they call me Mama Church around here, and you are welcome to do that as well. I'm glad you're here, CJ. It's funny because sometimes I'll see, because I don't have parents or grandparents or anything myself. So sometimes I'll find like a motherly or a grandmotherly woman or even man on YouTube, and sometimes I have this overwhelming urge to be like, please adopt me. So it's funny that you did that. But you are definitely welcome here. I have 4 sons. I'm happy to have 27 more. 12,000. That's amazing. Here, let me click on your channel. I will go and visit your channel. I am only at like 6120 or something like that. Let me see. Oh, it looks like you do gaming streams, or... Oh, I see. Oh, awesome. So you're probably the age, you're probably my second oldest son's age. I will subscribe. Oh, I see you have 1,200 videos. Wow. Keep up the good work. I subscribed. I'll have to check more into you later. 13, huh? Okay, so you're between my third son and second son's ages. You're welcome. I'm glad you stopped by. Proverbs chapter 16. The plans of the heart belong to man, but the answer of the tongue is from Yahweh. All the ways of a man are pure in his own sight, but Yahweh weighs the motives. Commit your works to Yahweh, and your plans will be established. Yahweh has made everything for its own purpose, even the wicked for the day of evil. Everyone who is proud in heart is an abomination to Yahweh. Assuredly, he will not be unpunished. By loving kindness and truth, iniquity is atoned for, and by the fear of Yahweh one turns away from evil. When a man's ways are pleasing to Yahweh, he makes even his enemies to be at peace with him. Better is a little with righteousness than great produce with injustice. The heart of man plans his way, but Yahweh directs his steps. A divine decision is in the lips of the king. His mouth should not err in judgment. A just balance and scales belongs to Yahweh. All the weights of the bag are his work. It is an abomination for kings to commit wickedness, for in righteousness a throne is established. Righteous lips are the delight of kings, and he who speaks uprightly is loved. The wrath of a king is like messengers of death, but a wise man will atone for it. In the light of a king's face is life, and his favor is like a cloud with the late rain. How much better it is to acquire wisdom than fine gold, and to acquire understanding is to be chosen above silver. The highway of the upright is to turn away from evil. He who guards his way keeps his soul. Pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before stumbling. It is better to be humble in spirit with the lowly than to divide the spoil with the proud. He who considers the word will find good, and how blessed is he who trusts in Yahweh. The wise in heart will be called understanding, and sweetness of lips increases learning. Insight is a fountain of life to one who has it, but the discipline of ignorant fools is folly. The heart of the wise gives insight to his mouth and increases learning to his lips. Pleasant words are a honeycomb, sweet to the soul and healing to the bones. And I would say that right there is probably the key verse for this chapter. There is a way which seems right to a man, but its end is the way of death. That may be too. A worker's appetite works for him, for his mouth urges him on. A vile man digs up evil, and the words on his lips are like scorching fire. A perverse man spreads strife, and a whisperer separates close companions. A man of violence entices his neighbor and leads him in a way that is not good. He who winks his eyes does so to devise perverse things. He who compresses his lips brings evil to pass. Gray hair is a crown of beauty. And I feel like that bears repeating here. Gray hair is a crown of beauty. It is found in the way of righteousness. He who is slow to anger is better than the mighty, and he who rules his own spirit than he who captures a city. The lot is cast into the lap, but its every judgment is from Yahweh. And that was Proverbs chapter 16. You guys agree with me with that? Amen, huh? In King James Version, it says, a hoary head. Okay, so before, what they're telling me is Proverbs 16:3, commit thy works unto the Lord, and thy thoughts shall be established. They're saying that is the key. Oh, thank you, CJ. I'm sure glad you were here. I'm going to put their key verse, and then I'm going to put a couple more key verses that I feel are worth commenting down there as soon as I get back to it. I can get back to it. Okay, let's see here. There we go. We're getting there. Pleasant words are a honeycomb, sweet to the soul and healing to the bones. I really like that one. Let's see. 1 Peter 1:13. Yeah, let me pull it up. Okay, I'm bringing it up. Hi, Steven. How are you? What are you guys up to out there?
Ian's talking about the dishes.
Oh.
Getting mad that we don't have soap. And he's getting mad at Candy Bar. He does a lot of work.
Okay, well. Is your dad awake?
No.
Oh.
He is.
Well, tell him nothing can be done. It's after 11:30 at night. You don't have to tell him anything. Don't worry about it.
Just, yeah, you're telling me to tell him because I'm not telling him.
Okay, watch your mouth for one, son.
Yeah, but
Steven is my third oldest son. Do you want to say hello?
Hello.
We have CJ, who's new. He has 12,000 subscribers on his channel, and he's 13.
Well, congratulations for you.
Yeah, Steven says congratulations. And then we have Adam and Scott. Okay, so he wanted me to read a Bible verse. Okay. 1:13. Okay. Therefore, having girded your minds for action, being sober in spirit, fix your hope completely on the grace to be brought to you at the revelation of Jesus Christ. That's a good one. Okay. I'm going to take a drink real quick, and then I will carry on to the next chapter. Is Kenny awake?
Yeah. I think he might be on the kitchen.
Okay, well, why don't you go tell him to come here? Okay. Proverbs chapter 17. Better is a dry morsel and tranquility with it than a house full of feasting with strife. A slave who acts insightfully will rule over a son who acts shamefully, and will share in the inheritance among brothers. Go on.
What?
Steven came in here told me things. You don't have soap?
We don't have soap for one.
Right, but is it a big deal out there right now?
Well, yeah, Ken cleaned out the sink. Took a picture of it and said he's going to send it to our girlfriends if it ever gets this bad again.
Well, I mean, he's welcome to buy some soap once. Okay. Just ignore him. Or tell him to go to bed or something. Tell him to eat an orange. Love you. Sorry, my brother. I take care of my disabled brother, and apparently he's being grumpy in the kitchen. Oh, you fell asleep watching a movie? Oh, you didn't fall asleep. Oh, you did fall asleep. I know I've read that somewhere. Yes, we are glad you are here. A slave who acts insightfully will rule over a son who acts shamefully, and will share in the inheritance among brothers. The refining pot is for silver, and the furnace for gold, but Yahweh tests hearts. An evildoer gives heed to lips of wickedness. A liar gives ear to a destructive tongue. He who mocks the poor reproaches his maker. He who is glad at disaster will not go unpunished. Grandchildren are the crown of old men, and the beauty of sons is their fathers. Excellent lips are not fitting for a wicked fool, even less are lying lips for a noble man. Oh, thank you for the love. I will send some hearts back in return. Thank you. Okay. A bribe is a charm in the eyes of its owner. Wherever he turns, he prospers. He who covers a transgression seeks love, but he who repeats a matter separates close companions. A rebuke goes deeper into one who understands than 100 blows into a fool. A rebellious man seeks only evil, so a cruel messenger will be sent against him. Let a man meet a bear robbed of her cubs, rather than a fool in his folly. He who returns evil for good, evil will not depart from his house. The beginning of strife is like letting out water, so abandon the dispute before it breaks out. He who justifies the wicked and he who condemns the righteous, both of them alike are an abomination to Yahweh. Why is there a price in the hand of a fool to acquire wisdom, when he has no heart of wisdom? A friend loves at all times, and a brother is born for adversity. A man lacking a heart of wisdom strikes his hands in pledge, and becomes guarantor in the presence of his neighbor. He who loves transgression loves quarreling. He who makes his doorway high seeks destruction. He who has a crooked heart finds no good, and he who is perverted in his tongue falls into evil. He who begets a fool does so to his grief, and the father of a wicked fool is not glad. A glad heart is good medicine, but a broken spirit dries up the bones. A wicked man receives a bribe from the bosom, to thrust aside the paths of justice. Wisdom is in the presence of the one who understands, but the eyes of a fool are on the ends of the earth. A foolish son is a vexation to his father, and bitterness to her who gave birth to him. It is also not good to punish the righteous, nor to strike the noble for their uprightness. He who holds back his words has knowledge, and he who has a cool spirit is a man of discernment. Even an ignorant fool, when he keeps silent, is considered wise. When he closes his lips, he is considered understanding. And that was Proverbs chapter 17. I am in Washington State. Where are you at? You're a couple hours ahead, so there's a lot of places that could be. Most of my followers are either 2 or 3 hours ahead. Okay, I'm gonna put the Q verse down in the comments. How are you holding up over there, Adam? You still hanging in there? I haven't been to Canada since 2001. After that, actually I went just after the whole World Trade Center thing, before they made it so you had to have a passport to go to Canada. And I've never had a passport, so I never did go back to Canada. But we had a good time then. We actually went on our honeymoon because you can drink there under 19. And of course, we wanted to have champagne on our honeymoon and stuff. But it's funny because they water it down, at least compared to the standards of like the US. And now I don't really drink, so it wouldn't even matter, but it was funny. Now, I have a story from, it wasn't that time that I went to Canada, but before that, I was like 17 or 18. And we went to a Red Robin there, and they asked what kind of cheese I wanted on my burger, and I said American cheese because it was just all I could think of. And she got really super offended. She thought I was being rude and like sarcastic or something. And she said American cheese isn't a thing, that doesn't even exist. And I was so embarrassed and blown away because like I hadn't even considered that nobody else would know what I meant, but oh good, I'm glad you're still there, Adam. But I think of that very often. And everybody who I've talked to, in fact, Scott, I think you and I discussed this, everybody who I talked to from Canada has said, oh, they do know what it means. Maybe she didn't, but she was very rude to me the whole rest of the time. But that was the first time that I had mozzarella sticks that they served with like pepper jelly dipping sauce. And it was really good. Usually we do marinara. At any rate, just a memory. Okay, let me take a drink real quick and I will read chapter 18. Welcome to those who are just coming in. God bless you. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. Proverbs 18. Oh, your dad is from Washington? Oh, we were just in Seattle the other day for the Josiah Queen concert. And I'll tell you, I really love Jervis Campbell. And he was there. Oh man, he's a good performer. I love Josiah Queen, but I think I would rather a full concert of Jervis Campbell. He was outstanding. And Gable Price was there as well. So that was pretty cool. But other than that, I kind of avoid Seattle. I live in a small town a couple hours away from Seattle. But that is cool. And you said you're in Oklahoma. Oh, wow. Okay. Very cool. Hi, Shiloh. Do you want to say hi to CJ?
Hi, CJ.
Come closer so he can hear you.
Hello, CJ.
That's Shiloh, my 7-year-old. Proverbs chapter 18. He said hi. He who separates himself seeks his own desire. He who breaks out in dispute against all sound wisdom. A fool does not delight in discernment, but only in revealing his own heart. When a wicked man comes, despising also comes, and with disgrace comes reproach. The words of a man's mouth are deep waters. The fountain of wisdom is a flowing brook. To show partiality to the wicked is not good, nor to thrust aside the righteous in judgment. A fool's lips come with strife, and his mouth calls for beatings. A fool's mouth is his ruin, and his lips are the snare of his soul. Now, I like that for a key verse, but we'll see as we go on. I'm just going to go ahead and paste that now. The words of a whisperer are like dainty morsels, and they go down into the innermost parts of the stomach. He also who is slack in his work is brother to him who destroys. The name of Yahweh is a strong tower. The righteous runs into it and is set securely on high. Now that is going to be the key verse. I'm betting. Let me check. Yes. The name of the Lord is a strong tower. The righteous runneth into it and is safe, is the one that I had over here. And that I should have known. A rich man's wealth is his strong city, and like a high wall in his own delusion. Before destruction, the heart of a man is haughty, but humility goes before glory. He who responds with a word before he hears, it is folly and shame to him. The spirit of a man can endure his sickness, but as for a broken spirit, who can bear it? The heart of the understanding acquires knowledge, and the ear of the wise seeks knowledge. A man's gift makes room for him. A man's gift makes room for him and leads him into the presence of great men. The first to plead his case seems right until another comes and examines him. The cast lots puts an end to contentions and decides between the mighty ones. A brother offended is harder to win over than a strong city, and contentions are like the bars of a citadel. From the fruit of a man's mouth his stomach will be satisfied. With the produce of his lips he will be satisfied. Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and those who love it will eat its fruit. Now, that is another key verse. This one's just full of wisdom, isn't it? Leave it to Solomon. It is the Proverbs after all, but I'm going to paste that other one here, since I already have it copied, and copy this, because that is so true, and people take for granted that statement that death and life are in the power of the tongue. He who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor from Yahweh. The poor man speaks supplications, but the rich man answers with strong words. A man of too many friends comes to ruin, but there is a friend who sticks closer than a brother. And that was Proverbs chapter 18. Welcome to those just joining us. God bless you. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. Oh, yeah, you're welcome, CJ. I'm live pretty often, between 3 and 5 times a week. I also have a Discord. And don't feel like you have to contribute. I appreciate that, though. That's very sweet of you. I often feel that way because there are some channels that I would like to support, or ministries and stuff, and I don't really have it either. So don't worry about it. Yes, of course. Is there anything specific you need prayer for? I'm going to start reading Proverbs 19, and then once you respond, we'll stop and pray for you. Oh, okay, you've answered. Oh, I know that feeling all too well. Father God, I lift up CJ before you tonight, and I ask that you help him to find a good circle of close Christian friends, Lord, so that they can do the whole iron sharpens iron thing and help each other just grow in the path of righteousness, Lord. Help him to continue doing well, sharing your word here on YouTube, Lord, and just embolden him and help him to find people who will come alongside him and just help him to continue on this wonderful path that he has begun. We thank you that CJ has found this stream, and we can't wait to get to know him more. In Jesus' name, amen. I'm so glad you're here, and I'm always happy to pray for anybody who needs it. Better is a poor man who walks in his integrity than he who is crooked in lips and is a fool. Also, it is not good for a person to be without knowledge, and he who hurries his footsteps sins. Yeah, I'm not super eloquent, but you know, that's why, and I tell this story a lot. So Scott and Adam, I'm sure have already heard it, but I used to only make edited videos, reading the Bible and stuff. And then I was awake in bed one night and I was feeling like, man, I don't have anybody to pray for me. I don't really have anybody in my life, outside of my children. And I just thought, you know what, there's probably other people awake feeling the same way. And so I started a live on my phone that just said, you know, how can I pray for you? And I was going to just leave it running and go to sleep and pray for people in the morning, but people started responding right away. And so that's how my live streams were born. So I know what it's like to need prayer. I know what it's like to need friends. And I wanted to be a blessing to others through this. When God called me to do it, I didn't want to do it. I don't care for my voice. So I was I took a while to obey God's call to YouTube. But it ends up that I'm the one receiving the blessing because I have found so many friends through this channel and on Discord with the God Squad. It's been wonderful. So you are more than welcome here. The folly of man subverts his way, but his heart rages against Yahweh. Wealth adds many friends, but a poor man is separated from his friend. A false witness will not go unpunished, and he who breathes out lies will not escape. Many will seek the favor of a nobleman, and everyone is a friend to a man who gives gifts. All the brothers of a poor man hate him. How many more do his friends distance themselves from him? Also, I should mention, what you're watching is a screen capture of the main stream. I will put the link down here for you. The main stream has background music and a noise gate, so you won't hear my fans and stuff like that. If you like background music, you can hop over there too. And if you want to join the Discord, I don't know if your parents allow that. My boys had to be older to have Discord. But I do remind everybody on there when I'm going live and stuff like that. Okay. He pursues them with words, but they are no more. He who acquires a heart of wisdom loves his own soul. He who keeps discernment will find good. A false witness will not go unpunished, and he who breathes out lies will perish. Luxury is not fitting for a fool, much less for a slave to rule over princes. A man's insight makes him slow to anger, and it is his honor to overlook a transgression. The king's wrath is like the roaring of a lion, but his favor is like dew on the grass. A foolish son is destruction to his father, and the contentions of a wife are a constant dripping. House and wealth are an inheritance from fathers, but a wife who has insight is from Yahweh. Laziness casts into a deep sleep, and a slack-handed soul will suffer hunger. He who keeps the commandment keeps his soul, but he who despises his way will die. He who is gracious to a poor man lends to Yahweh, and he will repay him for his bountiful deed. Discipline your son while there is hope, and do not direct your soul to put him to death. A man of great wrath will bear the penalty, for if you deliver him, you will only have to do it again. Listen to counsel and receive discipline, that you may be wise in the end of your days. Many thoughts are in a man's heart, but it is the counsel of Yahweh that will stand. What is desirable in a man is his loving kindness, and better is a poor man than a man of falsehood. The fear of Yahweh leads to life, so that one may sleep satisfied, not visited by evil. The sluggard buries his hand in the dish, but will not even bring it back to his mouth. Strike a scoffer, and the simple may become prudent, but reprove one who has understanding, and he will understand knowledge. He who assaults his father and causes his mother to flee is a son who brings shame and humiliation. Cease listening, my son, to discipline, and you will stray from the words of knowledge. A vile witness scoffs at justice, and the mouth of the wicked swallows up iniquity. Judgments are established for scoffers, and beatings for the back of fools. And that was Proverbs chapter 19. Let me grab the verse that I'm going to paste down here. The key verse of that chapter is, there are many devices in a man's heart, nevertheless the counsel of the Lord that shall stand. And praise God for that. I always love to say and remind myself that God is in control and I don't have to be, and what a relief. And now I'm going to read back through the comments. Oh, thank you, Scott. Yeah, I think we're all, or at least a lot of us, are kind of, a little sensitive about our own voice or self-conscious, but it's a voice that can be used to bring hearts to God, and so praise God for it. And I will use it as long as he wants me to continue. Let's see. CJ says, my ex-best friend cut me off from the friend group, and now when I try to talk to him, he just ignores me and puts me out of all the conversations, and I just feel like our friendship has just slowly drifted away, and I miss when we were closer. Oh, I've been there. I've had that happen, and with girls especially, but I think everybody goes through it. You'll have a really close friend, and then someone new comes around, and then you're the odd one out, and they kind of make you feel less than, and that is unacceptable. Don't waste your time on them. Don't let them take up any more of your brain space or hurt you. I know it's hard, but pray for them, and just continue praying for God to help you find somebody to be close with. And I know it's kind of corny, but the saying holds true when they say the best way to have a friend is to be a friend. So be yourself, reach out. If you see somebody that looks like they could use a friend, go and just strike up a conversation. I know it can be really, kind of nerve-wracking, especially if you're a little bit shy or self-conscious, but you miss out on every chance you don't take. So, and they might be sitting over there wishing that you would talk to them, but they're too shy. So somebody's got to make a move to make a friend, right? You're welcome. I'm sure glad you are here. And I'm excited to check out your content, so I will do that later. I still have 11 more chapters of Proverbs, and then I'm reading Ecclesiastes and Song of Solomon. Well, sometimes school isn't the best place to find or make friends. I know how hard that is. I was never popular, or I was chubby, and looking back, shoot, I wasn't even fat, but by their standards I wasn't cool enough, and yada yada. But you'll get through it. Find people, maybe in an after school program or at a basketball court, or but I do know it's hard. And you're always welcome here with us or in the Discord, and I will keep you in my prayers, honey. I know it's so hard to be a teenager, especially now in these times. It's hard out there, and I don't envy that at all. My boys are homeschooled, but they still, make friends, and it's hard to make and keep friends. When we've lived here about 5 or 6 years, and when we first lived here for several years, all the kids in the neighborhood came to my house to the pool and to the fire, and I would always share snacks with everybody, and they had all sorts of friends. And then all of a sudden, the younger kids turned against my younger sons and started doing things to embarrass them. Like one time they pulled my son was 8 at the time, and they pulled his pants down in front of everybody, and then were just really mean to him out of nowhere. And everything just turned, and then all of a sudden they had no friends left. So it was really discouraging and sad. And kids can be terribly mean, especially if they don't really have any guidance. And if you think about it, your guys' generation are the children of, like my generation, kind of. And if I was bullied, those bullies have children now, and that's kind of what you guys are contending with. And with everybody so, stuck with their faces and their phones, it's hard to make a connection. But I believe that God will find you people. And remember that the things that we walk through in life, though he slay me, yet I still praise him. We are going to go through hard times. We are not promised ease and, that things are going to be all hunky-dory. Unfortunately, we will go through things because we live in this fallen world. And that's, I think, the most difficult when you're a teenager and you're going through so much and growing so much and learning so much, and so much is expected of you while you're going through all of those changes. So it feels really lonely when you don't have friends. So I'll tell you, we're your friends now, son. And if you want to call me grandma, I don't even mind. But Mama Church is generally what I go by, except for with my kittens. My kittens call me Gammy because I didn't want to step on their mama's toes. Kind of funny, but just how I do things. Sorry, I'm getting my drink refilled here. Yeah, I don't mind at all. If I can encourage anybody in their faith, especially the younger generation, praise God. Send me, right? Okay, I'm going to take a drink and then we will continue on to Proverbs chapter 20. Okay. Yeah, I think a lot of people see my little mini-me character and think I'm older because she looks more like a grandma. She does resemble me, but my hair is mostly dark brown, and then I have a lot of silver streaks. I've had silver in my hair since 2nd grade, so nothing new there. But yeah, she probably looks a little bit older than she's meant to. Okay, Proverbs chapter 20. And welcome to those just coming in. God bless you. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. Wine is a mocker, strong drink a brawler, and whoever is led astray by it is not wise. The terror of a king is like the roar of a lion. He who provokes him to anger sins against his own soul. It is a glory for a man to cease quarreling, but any ignorant fool will break out in dispute. Hi, baby. The sluggard does not plow from winter on, so he begs during the harvest and has nothing. Counsel in the heart of a man is like deep water, but a man of discernment draws it out. Many a man will call out his own loving kindness, but a faithful man who can find? A righteous man who walks in his integrity, how blessed are his sons after him. A king who sits on the throne of justice disperses all evil with his eyes. Who can say, I have kept my heart pure, I am clean from my sin? Differing weights and differing measures, both of them are an abomination to Yahweh. And he says this in this book. I think he's already said it 4 times. It's like God doesn't like people being taken advantage of, right? And if you didn't already know this, when they're talking about weights, it's like weights and balances where they used the scales to weigh. And sometimes back then, people would use a different set of scales or a rigged set of scales to make it look like you were paying less. So it's kind of stealing, or is stealing and robbery, right? Okay, here I am. It is by his deeds that a young man makes himself known, if his conduct is pure and right. The hearing ear and the seeing eye, Yahweh has made both of them. Do not love sleep, lest you become poor. Open your eyes, and you will be satisfied with food. Bad, bad, says the buyer, but when he goes his way, then he boasts. There is gold and an abundance of pearls, but the lips of knowledge are a more precious vessel. Take his garment when he becomes a guarantor for a stranger, and for foreigners hold him in pledge. Bread obtained by lying is sweet to a man, but afterward his mouth will be filled with gravel. Thoughts are established by counsel, so make war by guidance. He who goes about as a slanderer reveals secrets. Therefore, do not associate with one of loose lips. Loose lips sink ships, right? Oh, my face is on my channel. It's actually in my picture on the Discord, and it's also in, I don't know, maybe half a dozen of my shorts. He who curses his father or his mother, his lamp will go out in the midst of darkness. An inheritance gained hurriedly at the beginning, in the end will not be blessed. Do not say, I will repay evil. Hope in Yahweh, and he will save you. Differing weights are an abomination to Yahweh, and a deceitful balance is not good. That's number 5, I think. I'm going to paste that just because it bears repeating. The steps of a man are from Yahweh. How then can a man understand his way? It is a trap for a man to say rashly, it is holy, and after the vows to make inquiry. A wise king winnows the wicked and turns the threshing wheel over them. The breath of man is the lamp of Yahweh, searching all the innermost parts of his body. Loving kindness and truth will guard the king, and he upholds his throne by loving kindness. The honor of young men is their strength, and the majesty of old men is their gray hair. Stripes that wound scour away evil, and strokes reach the innermost parts of the body. And that was Proverbs chapter 20. And let's see, the key verse for that is showing as man's goings are of the Lord. How can a man then understand his own way? Proverbs 20:24. So I'll paste that down here in the comments as well. And I'm just going to carry right on into Proverbs chapter 21. The king's heart is like channels of water in the hand of Yahweh. He turns it wherever he pleases. Every man's way is right in his own eyes, but Yahweh weighs the hearts. To do righteousness and justice is chosen by Yahweh over sacrifice. Haughty eyes and a proud heart, the fallow ground of the wicked, are sin. The thoughts of the diligent lead surely to profit, but everyone who is hasty comes surely to poverty. Working for treasures by a lying tongue is a fleeting breath by those who pursue death. The destruction of the wicked will drag them away because they refuse to do justice. The way of a guilty man is perverse, but as for the pure, his work is upright. It is better to live here it comes, guys. It is better to live in a corner of a roof than in a house shared with a contentious woman. The soul of the wicked craves evil, His neighbor finds no favor in his eyes. When the scoffer is punished, the simple becomes wise, and when one considers wisdom, he receives knowledge. The righteous one considers the house of the wicked, turning the wicked to ruin. He who shuts his ear to the outcry of the poor will himself also call and not be answered. A gift in secret subdues anger, and a bribe in the bosom strong wrath. To do justice is pleasure for the righteous, but is ruin to the workers of iniquity. A man who wanders from the way of insight will rest in the assembly of the dead. He who loves pleasure will become a poor man. He who loves wine and oil will not become rich. The wicked is a ransom for the righteous, and the treacherous is in the place of the upright. It is better to live in a desert land than with a contentious and vexing woman. There is desirable treasure and oil in the abode of the wise, but a foolish man swallows it up. He who pursues righteousness and loving kindness finds life, righteousness, and glory. A wise man goes up to the city of the mighty and brings down the stronghold in which they trust. He who keeps his mouth and his tongue keeps his soul from troubles. Arrogant, haughty, scoffer are his names, who acts with arrogant fury. The desire of the sluggard puts him to death, for his hands refuse to work. All day long he is insatiably craving, while the righteous gives and does not hold back. The sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination. How much more when he brings it with a wicked scheme? A false witness will perish, but the man who listens will speak forever. A wicked man displays a brazen face, but as for the upright, he establishes his way. There is no wisdom, there is no discernment, and there is no counsel against Yahweh. The horse is set for the day of battle, but salvation belongs to Yahweh. And that was Psalm 21. I'm wondering if that last verse is the key verse. Oh, nope, they went with Proverbs 21:2. Every way of a man is right in his own eyes, but the Lord pondereth the heart. Which is a good one for sure. Okay, I'm going to paste that down here in the comments. There we go. Oh, you didn't look very deep then. Actually, if you were to go to one of my long form videos, I think it's, let me pull up my content real quick. And if you go to, give me just a sec. Okay. I want to say it will be, yeah, my video that's called Creating a Pocket in My Paper Bag Journal. The end of that video has my little commercial that, or my, I don't know, kind of a trailer that I made with some of my content, and it shows me and says I'm the voice behind Ears to Hear. So if you want to look at that, it's at the very end of it though, like the last 20 seconds or something. Okay. I'm going to take a drink and then we will carry on into Proverbs chapter 22. If anybody needs prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. Yeah. It's really not that exciting. I'm just an old mama. Okay. I like to keep, the reason I don't usually have my face is because I want the channel focus to be on Jesus. So that's why I just went that route. Okay. Proverbs chapter 22. A good name is to be chosen over great wealth. Favor is better than silver and gold. The rich and the poor meet together in this. Yahweh is the maker of them all. A prudent man sees evil and hides, but the simple pass on and are punished. The reward of humility, the fear of Yahweh, is riches, glory, and life. Thorns and snares are in the way of the crooked. Excuse me, sorry, my... There we go. Sorry, I had to clear that frog out of my throat. Thorns and snares are in the way of the crooked. He who keeps his soul will be far from them. Train up a child according to his way. Even when he is old, he will not depart from it. The rich rules over the poor, and the borrower is the slave of the lender. He who sows unrighteousness will reap iniquity, and the rod of his fury will end. He who is generous will be blessed, for he gives from his food to the poor. Drive out the scoffer, and strife will go out. Even contention and disgrace will cease. He who loves purity of heart and grace on his lips, the king is his friend. The eyes of Yahweh guard knowledge, but he subverts the words of the treacherous one. The sluggard says, "There is a lion outside, I will be killed in the streets." The mouth of strange women is a deep pit. He who is cursed of Yahweh will fall into it. Folly is bound up in the heart of a child. The rod of discipline will remove it far from him. He who oppresses the poor to make more for himself, or who gives to the rich, will only come to lack. Incline your ear and hear the words of the wise, and set your heart on my knowledge. For it will be pleasant if you keep them within you, that they may be established on your lips. So that your trust may be in Yahweh, I have made you know today, even you. Have I not written to you excellent things of counsels and knowledge, to make you know the veracity of the words of truth, that you may respond with the words of truth to him who sent you? Do not rob the poor because he is poor, and do not crush the afflicted at the gate. For Yahweh will plead their case and rob the soul of those who rob them. Do not befriend a man of anger, and do not come along with a man of great wrath, lest you learn his ways and take on a snare against your soul. Do not be among those who strike hands in pledge, among those who become guarantors for debts. If you have nothing with which to pay, why should he take your bed from under you? Do not move the ancient boundary which your fathers made. Do you see a man skilled in his work? He will stand before kings. He will not stand before obscure men. And that was Proverbs chapter 22. I have to take my hair down, giving me a headache. Okay. Oh, yeah. That hit me really hard, the Charlie Kirk thing. I just found it just so, regardless of what you think about him or any of it, it was an assassination on, basically live TV, for us all to see. I didn't know it had happened, and I woke up and was scrolling on Facebook, and it just it was right before my eyes, and it was just so, violent. Yeah, just awful. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick drink. Yeah, I have videos of that I did of him that are like, I think one is 120,000 views and one's like 55,000 views or something like that. But I ended up making them private because my channel, everything just started to be very political, and it wasn't getting to people who needed the word of God, So I ended up making them private. Oh, you didn't know about him? I had been watching his videos regularly. But I didn't know, him as a person or behind the scenes or any of that, you know. He was just very in my feed all the time, and I would watch him, and I liked that he was open and willing to discuss things, and it seemed to be going very well. So it's just really sad. Our country is crazy right now. Hi, baby. I love you. Okay, let's see. We didn't put the key verse for chapter 22, which is, of course, train up a child in the way. Weird, I'm not seeing an issue on my end. Let me refresh. Oh, there, it just reconnected. I don't know why that didn't. Let me just turn on my hotspot for a better connection. Okay, I refreshed, and I will connect to the hotspot so that we don't have this issue again. Yes, baby. Yeah, here. Let me see. Do you know what could help? If you can't get things apart, sometimes if you put them, there we go. If you put them in the, in the freezer for a few minutes, then you can get them apart. But what I do is I squeeze really hard on the one that's inside and then pull apart. Because this one, you know, there you go. You are welcome. Okay, there. Now, hopefully we won't be having any problems. Yep, reconnected. I'm going to fix the chat to live chat so I am able to see everybody's comments. Okay. There we go. Everything should be good now. Let me take a quick drink and then I will read chapter 23. We still have Adam, Scott, and CJ. There are others here as well, but they are listening quietly. Oh, here, I haven't made my character dance for CJ yet. Here, so. There, see the third arm?
Yeah.
Now I'm dancing. My son has to correct that. If I do, if I pull out the Bible while I have the Pepsi out, it doesn't take the Pepsi down. It cracks me up. CJ says, hi, little man, and gave you the cool sunglasses emoji. Okay. Proverbs 23. When you sit down to dine with a ruler, understand well what is before you. So you should put a knife to your throat if you are a man of appetite. Do not desire his delicacies, for it is bread of falsehood. Do not weary yourself to gain wealth, because of your understanding cease. Do not make your eyes fly. Do you make your eyes fly up to see it? But it is not there. Because it certainly makes itself wings like an eagle that flies toward the heavens. Do not eat the bread of a selfish man, and do not desire his delicacies. For as he calculates in his soul, so he is. Eat and drink, he says to you, but his heart is not with you. You will vomit up the morsel you have eaten, and you will corrupt your pleasant words. Do not speak in the hearing of a fool, for he will despise the insight of your speech. Do not move the ancient boundary, and do not come into the fields of the orphans, for their Redeemer is strong. He will plead their case against you. Bring your heart to discipline and your ears to words of knowledge. Do not withhold discipline from the child. Although you strike him with a rod, he will not die. You shall strike him with a rod and deliver his soul from Sheol. My son, if your heart is wise, my own heart also will be glad, and my inmost being will exult. When your lips speak upright things, do not let your heart be jealous of sinners, but be zealous in the fear of Yahweh always. Surely there is a future, and your hope will not be cut off. You, my son, listen and be wise, and direct your heart in the way. Do not be with heavy drinkers of wine or with gluttonous eaters of meat, for the heavy drinker and the glutton will come to poverty. and drowsiness will clothe them with rags. Listen to your father who begot you, and do not despise your mother when she is old. Buy truth and do not sell it. Get wisdom and discipline and understanding. The father of the righteous will greatly rejoice, and he who begets a wise son will be glad in him. Let your father and your mother be glad, and let her rejoice who gave birth to you. Give your heart to me, my son, and let your eyes delight in my ways. For a harlot is a deep pit, and a foreign woman is a narrow well. Surely she lies in wait as a robber, and adds to the treacherous among men. Who has woe? Who has sorrow? Who has contentions? Who has complaining? Who has wounds without cause? Who has redness of eyes? Those who linger long over wine, those who go to search out mixed wine. Do not look on the wine when it glistens red, when it sparkles in the cup, when it goes down smoothly. At the end, like a serpent it bites, and like a viper it stings. Your eyes will see strange things, and your heart will speak perverse things. And you will be like one who lies down in the heart of the sea, or like one who lies down on the top of a mast. They struck me, but I did not become ill. They beat me, but I did not know it. When shall I awake? I will seek yet another. And that was Proverbs 23. Okay, Scott. Let me pray for you before you go, honey. Father God, I lift Scott up before you, and I ask that you help his mind to be quiet. I plead the blood of Jesus over his mind, Lord, and I ask that you quiet anything that is not from you. Help him to have a clear mind and thoughts only that glorify you, Lord. Help him to feel your presence and help him to hear your voice. We ask that you help him to have peaceful rest and to wake feeling renewed. We thank you for Scott in Jesus' name. Amen. Okay, honey, you get some rest and check in with me. I love it when you message me and let me know that you're okay and everything. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. So sleep tight and dream sweet. And I'll probably be here for a few hours yet, honey. So if you feel better later, feel free to come back in. Love you, and God bless you. He is definitely one of my very good friends, yes. We're definitely besties. I love it. Scott has been here almost since the beginning of my lives, for quite a while now. He is a good, very good friend and brother in Christ, for sure. Okay, now go get you some rest, honey. I'll be around. Proverbs 24. Do not be jealous of evil men, and do not desire to be with them. Oops, I didn't ever take out my Bible. Again, there we go. Do not be jealous of evil men, and do not desire to be with them. For their heart meditates on destruction, and their lips talk of mischief. By wisdom a house is built, and by discernment it is firmly established. And by knowledge the rooms are filled with all precious and pleasant riches. A wise man is strong, and a man of knowledge strengthens his power. For by guidance you will make war, and in abundance of counselors there is salvation. Wisdom is too exalted for an ignorant fool. He does not open his mouth in the gate. One who deliberately thinks to do evil, men will call a schemer. The scheming of folly is sin, and the scoffer is an abomination to men. If you are slack in the day of trouble, your strength is in trouble. Deliver those who are being taken away to death, and those who are stumbling to the slaughter, hold them back. If you say, behold, we did not know this, does not he who weighs the hearts understand? And does not he who guards your soul know? And will not he render to man according to his work? Eat honey, my son, for it is good. Indeed, the honey from the comb is sweet to your taste. Know that wisdom is thus for your soul. If you find it, then there will be a future, and your hope will not be cut off. Do not lie in wait, O wicked man, against the abode of the righteous. Do not destroy his resting place, for a righteous man falls 7 times and rises again, but the wicked will stumble in calamity. And that is going to be my key phrase, or key verse. Oh, okay. Well, you sleep tight and dream sweet. You're welcome. I'm glad you found us, and I hope to see you again soon. God bless you. And remember, first of all, Jesus will always be your friend, but to find a friend, be a friend. I'm sure you're going to find your crowd soon. God bless you, sweetheart. When your enemy falls, do not be glad, and when he stumbles, do not let your heart rejoice, lest Yahweh see it, and it be evil in his eyes, and turn his anger away from him. Good night. You're welcome. Do not fret because of evildoers. Do not be jealous of the wicked, for there will be no future for the evil one. The lamp of the wicked will go out. My son, fear Yahweh and the king. Do not associate with those who change, for suddenly their disaster will arise. Disaster will rise. And who knows the upheaval that comes from both of them? These also are sayings of the wise. To show partiality in judgment is not good. He who says to the wicked, you are righteous, peoples will curse him, nations will be indignant with him. But to those who reprove the wicked, it will be pleasant, and a good blessing will come upon them. He kisses the lips who responds with right words. Establish your work outside and make it ready for yourself in the field, and afterwards you shall build your house. Do not be a witness against your neighbor without cause, nor deceive with your lips. Do not say, as he did to me, so I shall do to him. I will render to the man according to his work. I passed by the field of the sluggard and by the vineyard of the man lacking a heart of wisdom. And behold, it was completely overgrown with thistles. Nettles have covered its surface, and its stone wall has been torn down. And I beheld, I set my heart upon it. I saw, I received discipline. A little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to rest. Then your poverty will come as a robber, and your want like an armed man. And that was Proverbs chapter 24. Hi, baby, what's up?
I have sunshine.
Oh, hello, sunny girl.
I just came in here.
Yeah. How are you doing?
Oh, good.
Oh, yep. That was the key verse. I was right. We'll post it again here in this translation as well. For those who don't know, I am reading the LSB, the Legacy Standard Bible, which is like an updated version of the New American Standard Bible. Sorry. Can you open my window just a little bit more, honey? I'm still pretty warm in here. Welcome to those just joining us. God bless you. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. I'm going to take a drink and then we will carry on into Proverbs 25. Yeah, she is wonderful. But she can't stay in here without you, okay? These also are Proverbs of Solomon, which the men of Hezekiah, king of Judah, transcribed. It is the glory of God to conceal a matter, but the glory of kings is to search out a matter. As the heavens for height and the earth for depth, so the heart of kings is unsearchable. Take away the dross from the silver, and there comes out a vessel for the smith. Take away the wicked before the king, and his throne will be established in righteousness. Do not promote your majesty in the presence of the king, and in the place of great men do not stand. For it is better that it be said to you, come up here, than for you to be placed lower in the presence of a noble, whom your eyes have seen. Do not go out hastily to plead your case, lest what will you do in the end when your neighbor humiliates you? Plead your case with your neighbor, and do not reveal the secret of another, lest he who hears it brings disgrace upon you, and the bad report about you will not turn away. Like apples of gold in settings of silver is a word spoken in right circumstances. Like an earring of gold and an ornament of fine gold is a wise reprover to a listening ear. Like the cold of snow in the time of harvest is a faithful envoy to those who send him, for he refreshes the soul of his masters. Like clouds and wind without rain is a man who boasts of his gifts falsely. When one is slow to anger, a ruler may be persuaded, and a soft tongue breaks the bone. Have you found honey? Eat only enough for you, lest you have more than your fill and vomit it. Let your foot rarely be in your neighbor's house, lest he have more than his fill of you and hate you. Don't overstay your welcome, right? Like a club and a sword and a sharp arrow is a man who bears false witness against his neighbor. Like an aching tooth and a slipping foot is trust in a treacherous man in a day of distress. Like one who takes off a garment on a cold day, or like vinegar on soda, is he who sings songs to an aching heart. If your enemy is hungry, give him food to eat, and if he is thirsty, give him water to drink, for you will heap burning coals on his head, and Yahweh will repay you. The north wind brings forth rain, and a tongue of secrets an indignant face. It is better to live in a corner of the roof than in a house shared with a contentious woman. There it is again. Like cold water to a weary soul, so is a good report from a distant land. Like a muddied spring and a corrupted well is a righteous man shaking before the wicked. To eat too much honey is not good, nor is it glory to search out one's own glory. Like a city that is broken into and without a wall is a man without restraint over his spirit. And that was Proverbs 25. And the key verse for that is 25:11. A word fitly spoken is like apples of gold in pictures of silver. That's interesting. Pictures of silver. Let's check that in other translations. Proverbs 25:11, and we'll go with, try NASB. I really enjoy Bible Gateway because it has the parallel where you can pop up 5 different translations and read them side by side to see the differences and stuff. I find it very helpful. Okay. So I am bringing up the NASB, the NASB 95, the Complete Jewish Bible, and King James. So we've got, like apples of gold in settings of silver is a word spoken at the proper time. And then like apples of gold in settings of silver. Again, the next one, like apples of gold in settings. And then in King James, it's a word fitly spoken is like apples of gold in pictures of silver. That's very interesting how that's worded. I'll have to look at the interlinear later and see what it says in the actual original, right? Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and paste that verse down here in the comments for the key verse. Welcome to those just joining us. God bless you. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. I'm more than happy to lift up anybody who needs prayer. I would also love to get to know you. If you want to drop down in the comments and say hello, you're also welcome to join the God Squad over on Discord. We have many different channels on the server. We have prayer requests, we have entertainment, music, we have plants, we have arts and crafts, and I do host movie nights occasionally, which I need to plan. I'm hoping for next weekend. I think we might watch either the new David show or the new David movie. There's a few different options though, so we'll have to see about that. Okay, so I will take a drink and then we will read Proverbs 26. Okay. What, Shiloh? Oh, okay, you can come here. Scott went to bed and so did CJ, but Adam is here and a few other people are here as well if you want to say hi.
Hello, a few other people.
Go ahead.
Hey, the guy who's still here.
It's Adam.
Hey, Adam.
Say what you want to say.
Have you ever had a water bottle that you're just so thirsty that you just chug it?
Have you ever chugged a water bottle? He's asking. Boy, at that concert, it was so hot. I never drink Gatorade, but they had one and I was just sweating up a storm, of course. So I got one and I drank that so fast. Adam said yes. Yes, he has. Okay. Proverbs chapter 26. Like snow in summer and like rain in harvest, so glory is not fitting for a fool. Like a sparrow in its flitting, like a swallow in flying, so a curse without cause does not come to pass. A whip is for the horse, a bridle for the donkey, and a rod for the back of fools. Do not answer a fool according to his folly, lest you yourself also be like him. I love you too, baby. Answer a fool according to his folly, lest he be wise in his own eyes. He cuts off his own feet and drinks violence, who sends words by the hand of a fool. Like the legs which hang limp on the lame, so is a proverb in the mouth of fools. Like one who binds a stone in a sling, so is he who gives glory to a fool. Like a thorn which goes up into the hand of a drunkard, so is a proverb in the mouth of fools. Like an archer who wounds everyone, so is he who hires a fool or who hires those who pass by. Like a dog that returns to its vomit is a fool who repeats his folly. And to me, that's a key verse. So I'm going to paste it. Let's see. This is the key verse that they have, and this is what I would call a key verse. I think it's one of the most memorable verses in the Bible. Do you see a man wise in his own eyes? There is more hope for a fool than for him. The sluggard says, there is a fierce lion in the road. A lion is among the streets. As the door turns on its hinges, so does the sluggard on his bed. The sluggard buries his hand in the dish. He is too weary to return it to his mouth. The sluggard is wiser in his own eyes than 7 men who can respond with a discreet answer. Like one who seizes a dog by the ears is he who passes by and becomes passionate about strife not belonging to him. Like a madman who shoots firebrands, arrows, and death, so is the man who deceives his neighbor and says, am I not joking? With no wood, the fire goes out, and where there is no whisperer, strife quiets down. Like charcoal to hot embers and wood to fire, so is a contentious man to kindle strife. The words of a whisperer are like dainty morsels, and they go down into the innermost parts of the stomach. Like an earthen vessel overlaid with silver dross are fiery lips and an evil heart. He who hates disguises it with his lips, but he sets up deceit within himself. When he makes his voice gracious, do not believe him, for there are 7 abominations in his heart. Though his hatred covers itself with guile, his evil will be revealed in the assembly. He who digs a pit will fall into it, and he who rolls a stone, it will turn back on him. A lying tongue hates those it crushes, and a flattering mouth works ruin. And that was Proverbs 26. I'm going to take a drink before we carry on. Okay. Actually, give me just 1 second. Okay. I appreciate your patience. Proverbs 27. And this is a good one. This chapter has a verse that I quote very frequently, and in fact did in a prayer I said earlier tonight during this live. Do not boast about tomorrow, for you do not know what a day may bring forth. Let a stranger praise you, and not your own mouth, a foreigner, and not your own lips. A stone is heavy, and the sand weighty, but the provocation of an ignorant fool is heavier than both of them. Wrath is cruelty, and anger is a flood, but who can stand before jealousy? Better is reproof that is revealed than love that is hidden. Faithful are the wounds of a friend, but deceitful are the kisses of an enemy. A satisfied soul tramples the honeycomb, but to a hungry soul any bitter thing is sweet. Like a bird that wanders from her nest, so is a man who wanders from his place. Oil and incense make the heart glad, so counsel from the soul is sweet to his friend. Do not forsake your friend or your father's friend, and do not come to your brother's house in the day of your disaster. Better is one who dwells near than a brother far away. Be wise, my son, and make my heart glad, that I may respond with a word to him who reproaches me. A prudent man sees evil and hides. The simple pass on and are punished. Take his garment when he becomes a guarantor for a stranger, and for a foreign woman seize it as a pledge. He who blesses his friend with a loud voice early in the morning, it will be counted as a curse to him. And I actually, I want to say like 1.5 years ago, I had somebody request a video of this verse. And it's funny because, you know, you joke like that's if somebody talks to you before your coffee in the morning or something. But it's actually talking about somebody who wants to be seen saying something nice to their friend. You know, they don't do it just out of the kindness of their heart. A constant dripping on a day of steady rain and a contentious woman are alike. He who would restrain her restrains the wind and grasps oil with his right hand. Iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another. He who guards the fig tree will eat its fruit, and he who keeps watch for his master will be honored. As in water face reflects face, so the heart of a man reflects man. Sheol and Abaddon are never satisfied, so the eyes of man are never satisfied. The refining pot is for silver, and the furnace for gold, and each is tested by the mouth that praises him. Though you pound an ignorant fool in a mortar with a pestle in the midst of crushed grain, his folly will not turn aside from him. Know well the condition of your flocks and pay attention to your herds, for wealth is not forever, neither is a crown from generation to generation. When the grass disappears and the vegetation appears, and the herbs of the mountains are gathered in, the lambs will be for your clothing, and the goats will bring the price of a field. And there will be enough goat's milk for your food, for the food of your household, and sustenance for your maidens. And that was Proverbs 27. And of course, the key verse was iron sharpens iron, which makes sense. Okay, I'm going to take a quick drink and then we will carry on into Proverbs 28. We have 4 left before Ecclesiastes. Okay. Just 1 second. So I can get the key verse started, ready to paste at the end. There we go. Proverbs chapter 28. The wicked flee when there is no one pursuing, but the righteous are secure as a lion. By the transgression of a land, many are its princes, but by a man who understands, who knows, so it endures. A poor man who oppresses the lowly is a driving rain which leaves no food. Those who forsake the law praise the wicked, but those who keep the law strive with them. Evil men do not understand justice, but those who seek Yahweh understand all things. Better is the poor who walks in his integrity than he who is crooked, double-dealing, though he be rich. He who observes the law is a son who understands, but he who befriends gluttons humiliates his father. He who increases his wealth by interest and usury gathers it for him who is gracious to the lowly. He who turns away his ear from listening to the law, even his prayer is an abomination. He who leads the upright astray in an evil way will himself fall into his own pit, but the blameless will inherit good. The rich man is wise in his own eyes, but the lowly who understands searches him. When the righteous exult, there is great honor, but when the wicked rise, man has to be sought out. He who conceals his transgressions will not prosper, but he who confesses and forsakes them will receive compassion. How blessed is the man who is always in dread, but he who hardens his heart will fall into calamity. Like a roaring lion and a rushing bear is a wicked ruler over a poor people. A leader who lacks discernment abounds in oppressions, but he who hates greedy gain will prolong his days. A man oppressed with the blood guilt of life will flee until death. Let no one uphold him. He who walks blamelessly will be saved, but he who is crooked, double-dealing, will fall all at once. He who cultivates his ground will be satisfied with food, but he who pursues empty things will be satisfied with poverty. A faithful man will abound with blessings, but he who makes haste to be rich will not go unpunished. To show partiality is not good, even for a piece of bread a man will transgress. A man with an evil eye hurries after wealth and does not know that want will come upon him. He who reproves a man will afterward find more favor than he who flatters with the tongue. He who robs his father or his mother and says, "It is not a transgression," is the companion of a man who destroys. An arrogant man stirs up strife, but he who trusts in Yahweh will be enriched. He who trusts in his own heart is a fool, but he who walks wisely will escape. He who gives to the poor will never want, but he who shuts his eyes will have many curses. When the wicked rise, men hide themselves, but when they perish, the righteous increase. And that was Proverbs chapter 28. And here is the key verse, which is, he that covereth his sins shall not prosper, but whoso confesseth and forsaketh them shall have mercy. Okay. Welcome to those just coming in. God bless you. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. Proverbs chapter 29. Actually, let me get the key verse ready real quick. Okay. Okay. A man who hardens his neck after much reproof will suddenly be broken beyond healing. When the righteous increase, the people are glad, but when a wicked man rules, people groan. A man who loves wisdom makes his father glad, but he who befriends harlots destroys his wealth. By justice the king causes the land to stand, but a man of bribes tears it down. A man who flatters his neighbor is spreading a net for his steps. By transgression an evil man is ensnared, but the righteous sings with joy and is glad. The righteous knows the cause of the poor, the wicked does not understand that knowledge. Scoffers set a city aflame, but wise men turn away anger. When a wise man is brought into judgment with a man who is an ignorant fool, the ignorant fool both rages and laughs, and there is no rest. Men of bloodshed hate the blameless, but the upright seek the well-being of his soul. A fool lets out all of his spirit, but a wise man holds it back. If a ruler pays attention to a lying word, all his ministers become wicked. The poor man and the oppressor meet together in this. Yahweh gives light to the eyes of both. If a king judges the poor with truth, his throne will be established forever. The rod and reproof give wisdom, but a child left to himself brings shame to his mother. When the wicked increase, transgression increases, but the righteous will see their fall. Discipline your son, and he will give you rest, and he will give delight to your soul. Where there is no vision, the people are out of control, but how blessed is he who keeps the law. A slave will not be corrected by words alone, for though he understands, there will be no answer. Do you behold a man who is hasty in his words? There is more hope for a fool than for him. He who pampers his slave from childhood will in the end find him to be arrogant. An angry man stirs up strife, and a hot-tempered man abounds in transgression. Which I feel like is the key verse. A man's lofty pride will bring him low, but a lowly spirit will take hold of glory. He who divides the spoil with a thief hates his own soul. He who hears the oath but declares nothing, trembling before man, brings a snare, but he who trusts in Yahweh will be set securely on high. And actually, that one too. It's just a good book in the Bible anyway. Many seek the face of a ruler, but justice for man comes from Yahweh. An unjust man is an abomination to the righteous, and he who is upright in the way is an abomination to the wicked. And that was Proverbs chapter 29. And the key verse is, where there is no vision, the people perish, but he that keepeth the law, happy is he. Okay, I'm going to get the key verse ready for the next chapter before we begin. We are already almost to the end of Proverbs. Okay, Proverbs chapter 30. The words of Agur, the son of Jacob, the oracle. The man declareth to Ithiel and to Ucal. Surely I am more senseless than any man, and I do not have the understanding of mankind. Neither have I learned wisdom, nor do I know the knowledge of the Holy One. Who has ascended into heaven and descended? Who has gathered the wind in his fists? Who has wrapped the waters in his garment? Who has established all the ends of the earth? What is his name? And what is his son's name? Surely you know. Every word of God is tested. He is a shield to those who take refuge in him. Do not add to his words, lest he reprove you, and you be proved a liar. And I feel like this is the key verse. Two things I asked of you. Do not withhold from me before I die. Keep worthlessness and every false word far from me. Give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with the food that is my portion, lest I be full and deny you and say, Who is Yahweh? Or lest I be impoverished and steal and profane the name of my God. Do not slander a slave to his master, lest he curse you and you be found guilty. There is a generation that curses its father and does not bless its mother. There is a generation that is clean in its own eyes, yet it is not washed from its filthiness. There is a generation, oh, how haughty are its eyes, and its eyelids are lifted up. There is a generation whose teeth are like swords, and its fangs like knives, to devour the afflicted from the earth, and the needy from among men. The leech has 2 daughters. Give. There are 3 things that will not be satisfied, 4 that will not say enough. Sheol and the barren womb, earth that is never satisfied with water, and fire that never says enough. The eye that mocks a father and despises obedience to a mother, the ravens of the valley will pick it out, and the young eagles will eat it. There are 3 things which are too wonderful for me, 4 which I do not understand. The way of an eagle in the sky, the way of a serpent on a rock, the way of a ship in the heart of the sea, and the way of a man with a virgin. This is the way of an adulterous woman. She eats and wipes her mouth and says, I have done no wrong. Under 3 things the earth quakes, and under 4 it cannot bear up. Under a slave when he becomes king, and a wicked fool when he is satisfied with food. Under an unloved woman when she gets a husband, and a servant girl when she supplants her mistress. 4 things are small on the earth, but they are exceedingly wise. The ants are not a strong people, but they prepare their food in the summer. The Shephanim are not a mighty people, yet they make their houses in the cliff. The locusts have no king, yet all of them go out in rank. The lizard you may grasp with the hands, yet it is in kings' palaces. There are 3 things which are stately in their march, even 4 which are stately when they walk. The lion which is mighty among the animals and does not turn back before any, the strutting rooster, the male goat also, and a king when his army is with him. If you have been wickedly foolish in lifting yourself up, or if you have schemed evil, put your hand on your mouth. For pressing milk brings forth butter, and pressing the nose brings forth blood, and pressing anger brings forth strife. And that was Proverbs chapter 30, of which the key verse is, Every word of God is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in him. And that is what I chose for it as well. So I'll put both, so we have the 2 different translations. Welcome to those just joining us. God bless you. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. I'm going to take a drink, and then I will read the final chapter of Proverbs, which is usually pretty popular among the women folk. Went down the wrong pipe. I hate it when that happens. So sorry. Okay. Give me just a minute. Okay. Just gonna put the key verse down here ready for when we're done reading. Sorry for my coughing in your ear. Okay. Proverbs chapter 31. The words of King Lemuel, the oracle unto which his mother disciplined him. What, O my son, and what, O son of my womb, and what, O son of my vows? Do not give your excellence to women, or your ways to that which blots out kings. It is not for kings, O Lemuel, it is not for kings to drink wine, or for rulers to desire strong drink, lest he drink and forget what is decreed, and pervert the justice of all the afflicted. Give strong drink to him who is perishing, and wine to those whose soul is bitter. Let him drink and forget his poverty, and he will not remember his trouble any longer. Open your mouth for the mute, for the justice of all those passing away. Open your mouth, judge righteously, and render justice to the afflicted and needy. An excellent wife who can find, for her worth is far above pearls. The heart of her husband trusts in her, and he will have no lack of gain. She deals bountifully with him for good and not evil all the days of her life. She searches for wool and flax and works with her hands in delight. She is like merchant ships. She brings her food from afar, and she rises while it is still night, and gives food to her household and a portion to her young women. She makes plans for a field and buys it. From the fruit of her hands she plants a vineyard. She girds herself with strength and makes her arms strong. She senses that her gain is good. Her lamp does not go out at night. She stretches out her hands to the distaff, and her hands hold fast the spindle. She extends her hand to the poor, and she stretches out her hands to the needy. She is not afraid of the snow for her household, for all her household are clothed with scarlet. She makes coverings for herself. Her clothing is fine linen and purple. Her husband is known in the gates when he sits with the elders of the land. She makes linen garments and sells them, and gives belts to the tradesmen. Strength and majesty are her clothing, and she smiles at the future. She opens her mouth in wisdom, and the instruction of loving kindness is on her tongue. She watches over the ways of her household and does not eat the bread of idleness. Her children rise up and bless her, and as for her husband, he also praises her, saying, Many daughters have done excellently, but you have gone above them all. Charm is deceitful and beauty is vain, but a woman who fears Yahweh, she shall be praised. Give to her from the fruit of her hands, and let her works praise her in the gate. And that was the book of Proverbs. And of course, what I highlighted is the key verse, which is, charm is deceitful and beauty is vain, but a woman who fears Yahweh, she shall be praised. Or in King James, it's, favor is deceitful and beauty is vain, but a woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised. And that was Proverbs 31. I know a lot of women like to call themselves Proverbs 31 women, and I've heard some who feel like it has kind of become an idol of sorts. But I don't know. So we will be delving into Ecclesiastes. I just had to put my hair back up. Hopefully it doesn't give me a headache again. Okay. I'm going to take a drink and then we will begin the book of Ecclesiastes. I'm going to get the key verse ready as well. This book kind of cracks me up a little bit with the everything is vanity. Welcome to those just joining us. God bless you. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. Ecclesiastes chapter 1. The words of the preacher, the son of David, king in Jerusalem. Vanity of vanities, says the preacher. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. What advantage does man have in all his labor, in which he labors under the sun? A generation goes and a generation comes, but the earth stands forever. Also, the sun rises and the sun sets, and hastening to its place, it rises there again. Going toward the south, then circling toward the north, the wind goes circling along, and on its circular courses the wind returns. All the rivers go into the sea, yet the sea is not full. To the place where the rivers go, there they continually go. All things are wearisome. Man is not able to speak of it. The eye is not satisfied with seeing, nor is the ear filled with hearing. That which has been is that which will be, and that which has been done is that which will be done. So there is nothing new under the sun. Is there anything of which one might say, "See this, it is new"? Already it has been for ages, which were before us. There is no remembrance of earlier things, and also of the later things which will be. There will be for them no remembrance among those who will come later still. I, the preacher, have been king over Israel in Jerusalem, and I gave my heart to seek and explore by wisdom concerning all that has been done under heaven. It is a grievous endeavor which God has given to the sons of men with which to occupy themselves. I have seen all the works which have been done under the sun, and behold, all is vanity and striving after wind. What is bent cannot be straightened, and what is lacking cannot be counted. I spoke within my heart, saying, Behold, I have magnified and increased wisdom more than all who were over Jerusalem before me. And my heart has seen an abundance of wisdom and knowledge. And I gave my heart to know wisdom, and to know madness and simple-minded folly. I came to know that this also is striving after wind. Because in much wisdom there is much vexation, and whoever increases knowledge increases pain. And that was Ecclesiastes chapter 1. Welcome to all of you who are here. God bless you. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. And of course, vanities of vanities is the key verse for that chapter. Okay, I'm getting the key verse ready for the next chapter, and then we will begin reading it. Ecclesiastes chapter 2. I said in my heart, Come now, I will test you with gladness, so that you shall see good things. And behold, it too was vanity. I said of laughter, it is madness, and of gladness, what does it do? I explored with my heart how to stimulate my body with wine, while my heart was guiding me wisely, and how to seize simple-minded folly, until I could not see where is this good for the sons of men, and what they do under heaven the few days of their lives. I made my works great. I built houses for myself. I planted vineyards for myself. I made for myself gardens and parks, and I planted in them all kinds of fruit trees. I made for myself pools of water from which to water a forest of growing trees. I bought male and female slaves, and I had homeborn slaves. Also, I possessed flocks and herds larger than all who preceded me in Jerusalem. Also, I collected for myself silver and gold and the treasure of kings and provinces. I provided for myself male and female singers and the pleasures of the sons of men, many concubines. Then I became great and increased more than all who preceded me in Jerusalem. My wisdom also stood by me. All that my eyes asked for, I did not refuse them. I did not withhold my heart from any gladness, for my heart was glad because of all my labor, and this was my reward for all my labor. Thus I turned to all my works which my hands had done, and the labor which I had labored to do, and behold, all was vanity and striving after wind, and there was no advantage under the sun. So I turned to see wisdom, madness, and simple-minded folly. What will the man do who will come after the king except what has already been done? And I saw that there is an advantage in wisdom over simple-minded folly, as light has an advantage over darkness. The wise man's eyes are in his head, but the fool walks in darkness. And yet I know that the fate of one becomes the fate of all of them. Then I said in my heart, as is the fate of the fool, so will my fate be also. Why then have I been extremely wise? So I said in my heart, this too is vanity. For there is no remembrance of the wise man along with the fool forever, inasmuch as in the coming days all will be forgotten. What?
Do you have a paper towel?
No, they're in the living room.
Oh,
And the wise man dies with the fool. So I hated life, for the work which had been done under the sun was grievous to me, because everything is vanity and striving after wind. Thus I hated all the fruit of my labor for which I had labored under the sun, for I must leave it to the man who will come after me. And who knows whether he will be a wise man or a man of simple-minded folly? Yet he will have power over all the fruit of my labor for which I have labored and for which I have acted wisely under the sun. This too is vanity. Therefore I turned my heart to despair of all my labor for which I had labored under the sun. When there is a man who has labored with wisdom, knowledge, and skill, then he gives his portion to one who has not labored with them. This too is vanity and a great evil. For what does a man get in all his labor and in the striving of his heart with which he labors under the sun? Because all his days his endeavor is painful and vexing, even at night his heart does not lie down. This too is vanity. Excuse me. There is nothing better for a man than to eat and drink and have his soul see good in his labor. This also I have seen, that it is from the hand of God. For who can eat and who can have enjoyment outside of him? For to a man who is good before him, he has given wisdom and knowledge and gladness, while to the sinner he has given the endeavor of gathering and collecting, so that he may give to one who is good before God. This too is vanity and striving after wind. And that was Ecclesiastes chapter 2. And the key verse is, for God giveth to a man that is good in his sight wisdom and knowledge and joy. Excuse me. Still trying to clear that liquid out of my throat that I inhaled down the wrong pipe. I really don't like when that happens. How is everybody doing tonight? If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. I would be more than happy to lift you up. I'm going to get the next chapter's key verse ready. And then I will take a drink and hopefully not inhale it this time, right? And then we will continue on to Ecclesiastes chapter 3. Ecclesiastes chapter 3. There is an appointed time for everything, and there is a time for every matter under heaven. A time to give birth and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to uproot what is planted, a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to tear down and a time to build up, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance, a time to throw stones and a time to gather stones, a time to embrace and a time to shun embracing, a time to search and a time to lose, a time to keep and a time to throw away, a time to tear apart and a time to sew together, a time to be silent and a time to speak, a time to love and a time to hate, a time for war and a time for peace. And now we all have a song stuck in our head, I'm pretty sure, right? Turn, turn, turn. What advantage is there to the worker from that in which he labors? I have seen the endeavor which God has given the sons of men with which to occupy themselves. He has made everything beautiful in its time. He has also set eternity in their heart, yet so that the man will not find out the work which God has done from the beginning even to the end. I know that there is nothing better for them than to be glad and to do good in one's lifetime. Moreover, that every man who eats and drinks and sees good in all his labor, it is the gift of God. I know that everything God does will be forever. There is nothing to add to it, and there is nothing to take from it. God has so worked that men should fear him. That which is has been already, and that which will be has already been. Yet God seeks what is pursued. Furthermore, I have seen under the sun that in the place of justice there is wickedness, and in the place of righteousness there is wickedness. I said in my heart, God will judge both the righteous man and the wicked man, for a time for every matter and for every work is there. I said in my heart concerning the sons of men, God is testing them in order for them to see that they are but beasts. For the fate of the sons of men and the fate of beasts is the same fate for each of them. As one dies, so dies the other, and they all have the same breath. So there is no advantage for man over beast, for all is vanity. All go to the same place. All came from the dust, and all return to the dust. Who knows that the breath of man ascends upward, and the breath of the beast ascends downward to the earth? I have seen that nothing is better than that man should be glad in his works, for that is his portion. For who will bring him to see what will occur after him? And that was Ecclesiastes chapter 3. And 4:9 was the key verse. 2 are better than 1 because they have a good reward for their labor. And I will get the key verse ready for the next chapter, and then we will read it.
Put my Legos in buckets so they don't get lost.
That's a good idea. Which bucket are you having? I put yours in the big red bucket for you. Yeah, that's what you're using. Good. Good job. Ecclesiastes chapter 4.
Wait, I want to do something.
Okay, you can come and say something.
Hey, the people who are still here.
What?
Still here.
There's 5 people here.
Hey, Mr. 5 Peoples.
6. There are 6 people here now.
I missed the 6 Peoples.
What do you want to say?
Have you, like, ever in your life played with Legos?
He's a little obsessed with Legos right now. Okay. Ecclesiastes chapter 4. Then I looked again at all the acts of oppression which were being done under the sun. And behold, I saw the tears of the oppressed, and that they had no one to comfort them. And on the side of their oppressors was power, but they had no one to comfort them. So I lauded the dead who are already dead more than the living who are still living. But better off than both of them is the one who never has been, who has never seen the evil work that is done under the sun. I have seen that every labor and every success of the work is the result of jealousy between a man and his neighbor. This too is vanity and striving after wind. The fool folds his hands in embrace and consumes his own flesh. One hand full of rest is better than 2 fists full of labor and striving after wind. Then I looked again at vanity under the sun. There was a certain man without a second man, having neither a son nor a brother, yet there was no end to all his labor. Indeed, his eyes were not satisfied with riches, and for whom am I laboring and depriving myself of good? This too is vanity, and it is a grievous endeavor. Excuse me. Two are better than one because they have good wages for their labor. For if either of them falls, the one will lift up his companion. Did I accidentally? Oh, I did. I accidentally pasted the wrong one. I was thinking I hadn't read that yet. I'm surprised nobody called me on that. Okay, let me get that. Yeah, it's just to everything there's a season. I was all the way ahead of myself, so let me paste that for the last one there. Sorry for the confusion. Okay. There we go. Now it is correct. Two are better than one because they have good wages for their labor. For if either of them falls, the one will lift up his companion. But woe to the one who falls when there is not a second one to lift him up. Furthermore, if two lie down together, they keep warm. But how can one be warm alone? And if one can overpower him who is alone, two can stand against him. A cord of 3 strands is not quickly torn apart. A poor yet wise lad is better than an old and foolish king who no longer knows how to receive warning. For he has come out of prison to become king, even though he was born poor in his kingdom. I have seen all the living who walk about under the sun go along with the second lad who stands in place of him. There is no end to all the people, to all who were before him, and even the ones who will come later will not be glad with him, for this too is vanity and striving after wind. And that was Ecclesiastes chapter 4. Which of course I already posted the keywords for at the wrong time. Ecclesiastes chapter 5. Actually, let me take a quick sip of my drink. Gotta wet the whistle. Guard your steps as you go to the house of God, and draw near to listen rather than to offer the sacrifice of fools, for they do not know they are doing evil. Do not be hasty with your mouth or impulsive in your heart to bring up a matter in the presence of God. For God is in heaven, but you are on the earth. Therefore, let your words be few. For the dream comes through abundant endeavor, and the voice of a fool through abundant words. When you make a vow to God, do not be late in paying it, for he takes no delight in fools. Pay what you vow. It is better that you should not vow than that you should vow and not pay. Do not allow your mouth to cause your flesh to sin, and do not say in the presence of the messenger of God that it was a mistake. Why should God be angry on account of your voice and wreak destruction on the work of your hands? For in many dreams and vanities are many words. Rather, fear God. If you see oppression of the poor and robbery of justice and righteousness in the province, do not be astonished over the matter. For a lofty one keeps watch over another lofty one, and there are loftier ones over them. But the advantage of the land in everything is this: a king committed to a cultivated field. He who loves money will not be satisfied with money, nor he who loves abundance with its produce. This too is vanity. When good things increase, those who consume them increase. So what is the success to their masters except to look on with their eyes? The sleep of the laboring man is sweet, whether he eats little or much, but the satisfaction of the rich man does not allow him to sleep. There is a sickening evil which I have seen under the sun, riches being hoarded by their master to his own evil demise. And those riches were lost through a bad endeavor, and he became the father of a son, but there was nothing in his hand for him. As he had come naked from his mother's womb, so will he return as he came. He will carry nothing from the fruit of his labor that he can bring in his hand. This also is a sickening evil. Exactly as a man came, so will he go. So what is the advantage to him who labors for the wind? Also, all his days he eats in darkness with much vexation, and his sickness and anger. Here is what I have seen to be good, which is beautiful, to eat, to drink, and to see good in all one's labor, in which he labors under the sun during the few days of his life which God has given him, for this is his portion. Furthermore, as for every man to whom God has given riches and wealth, he has also empowered him to eat from them and to take up his portion and be glad in his labor. This is the gift of God. For he will not remember much the days of his life, because God allows him to occupy himself with the gladness of his heart. And that was Ecclesiastes chapter 5. And the key verse of that is 5:2, which is, Be not rash with thy mouth, and let not thine heart be hasty to utter anything before God. Okay, give me just a second. I have to send a message to my son real quick. Or as quick as Discord will let me do it. Okay, there we go. And then I will get the key verse of Ecclesiastes 6 ready. And then we will read it. There is an evil which I have seen under the sun, and it is prevalent among men. A man to whom God gives riches and wealth and honor, so that his soul lacks nothing of all that he desires, yet God does not empower him to eat from them, for a foreigner eats from them. This is vanity and a sickening evil. If a man becomes a father of 100 children and lives many years, however many the days of his years may be, but his soul is not satisfied with good things, and he does not even have a proper burial, then I say, better the miscarriage than he, for that one comes in vanity and goes into darkness, and that one's name is covered in darkness. Indeed, that one never sees the sun and never knows anything. That one has more rest than he. Even if the other man lives 1,000 years twice and does not see good things, do not all go to the same place? All a man's labor is for his mouth, and yet the soul is not fulfilled. For what advantage does the wise man have over the fool? What advantage does the afflicted man have, knowing how to walk before the living? What the eyes see is better than what the soul goes after. This too is vanity and striving after wind. Whatever exists has already been named, and it is known that man is, and he cannot dispute with him who is stronger than he is. For there are many words which increase vanity. What then is the advantage to a man? For who knows what is good for a man during his lifetime, during the few days of his vain life? He will make do with them like a shadow. For who can tell a man what will be after him under the sun? And that was Ecclesiastes chapter 6. And the key verse was, For who knoweth what is good for man in this life, all the days of his vain life, which he spendeth as a shadow. Okay. And we will be reading Ecclesiastes chapter 7 here in just a sec. Welcome to those just coming in. God bless you. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. Okay. Ecclesiastes chapter 7. Better is a good name than good oil, and better is the day of one's death than the day of one's birth. Better to go to a house of mourning than to go to a house of feasting, because that is the end of all mankind, and the living puts this in his heart. Better is vexation than laughter, for when a face is sad, a heart may be merry. The heart of the wise is in the house of mourning, while the heart of fools is in the house of gladness. Better to listen to the rebuke of a wise man than for one to listen to the song of fools. For as the crackling sound of thorn bushes under a pot, so is the laughter of the fool. And this too is vanity. For oppression gives a wise man over to madness, and a bribe destroys the heart. Better is the end of a matter than its beginning. Better is patience of spirit than haughtiness of spirit. Do not be eager in your spirit to be vexed, for vexation rests in the bosom of fools. Do not say, why is it that the former days were better than these? For it is not from wisdom that you ask about this. Wisdom along with an inheritance is good, and an advantage to those who see the sun. For wisdom is a shadow of protection, as money is a shadow of protection, and the advantage of knowledge is that wisdom preserves the lives of its masters. See the work of God, for who is able to straighten what he has bent? In the day when there is good, be of good cheer. But in the day when there is evil, see, God has made the one as well as the other, so that man will not find out anything that will be after him. I have seen everything during my days of vanity. There is a righteous man who perishes in his righteousness, and there is a wicked man who prolongs his life in his evil doing. Hi, Shiloh, what's going on?
The song from the concert is playing.
Oh, it is? Which one? Josiah Queen?
One of the Josiah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I lost my place. I have seen everything during my days of vanity. There is a righteous man who perishes in his righteousness, and there is a wicked man who prolongs his life in his evil doing. Do not be excessively righteous, and do not be overly wise. Why should you make yourself desolate? Do not be excessively wicked, and do not be a simple-minded fool. Why should you die before your time? It is good that you seize one thing and also not let go of the other, for the one who fears God comes forth with both of them. Wisdom strengthens a wise man more than 10 men with power who are in a city. Indeed, there is not a righteous man on earth who continually does good and who never sins. Also, do not give your heart to all words which are spoken, so that you will not hear your slave cursing you. For your heart also knows that you likewise have many times cursed others. I tested all this with wisdom, and I said, I will be wise. But it was far from me. What has been is far away and exceedingly deep. Who can find it? I turned my heart to know, to explore, and to seek wisdom and an explanation, and to know the wickedness of foolishness and the simple-minded folly of madness. And I found more bitter than death the woman whose heart is snares and nets, whose hands are chains. One who is good before God will escape from her, but the sinner will be captured by her. See, I have found this, says the preacher, adding one thing to another to find an explanation, which my soul still seeks, but has not found. I have found one man out of 1,000, but I have not found a woman among all these. See, I have found only this, that God made men upright, but they have sought out many devices. And that was Ecclesiastes chapter 7. And the key verse is, for there is not a just man upon earth that doeth good and sinneth not. And that's 7:20. Welcome to those just coming in. God bless you. You want to say it, Charlotte? Go ahead.
If you have prayer, don't hesitate to ask.
Yes. If you need prayer, we would love to lift you up. Do not hesitate to drop a comment and let us know. And I am putting the key verse down in the comments for the next chapter before we get it started, but I am going to take a drink real quick.
My belly is better.
I'm so glad your belly is better. What are you stepping on? Can you pick that up? Thank you. There. Okay. You're hungry?
Yeah.
Is Kenny awake up there? Why don't you ask him or Avery and tell him that you're hungry? I thought someone was just cooking something.
I just want a little tiny gummy thing.
Oh, I don't have any gummies, honey. I don't think I do. Oh, I do. Over there, you see in the white box, there's a little white bag. Hi, Weezy. Right there. Yeah, bring that here. They're chocolate covered cherries. And I know you said you don't like cherries, but then you tried that one cherry thing and you did like it.
Yeah.
So, let's see. I'll give you a milk chocolate one to try. Here you go. If you like it, you can have a couple more, okay? Okay. I love you. Oh, she's snuggly. Wheezy wants me to go to bed. She says it's far past our bedtime, Gammy. Ecclesiastes chapter 8. Who is like the wise man, and who knows the interpretation of a matter? A man's wisdom illumines his face and causes his stern face to beam. I say, keep the command of the king because of the sworn oath before God. Do not be in a hurry to go from his presence. Do not stand in an evil matter, for he will do whatever he pleases. Since the word of the king is powerful, who will say to him, what are you doing? He who keeps a royal command experiences no evil thing, for a wise heart knows the proper time and custom. For there is a proper time and custom for every matter, though a man's trouble is multiplied upon him. If no one knows what will happen, who can tell him when it will happen? I love you.
I liked it.
Oh, you did like it? I'm sorry, I thought you were telling me you loved me again.
But
I think that is the most spoken phrase around my home with me and my 4 boys is I love you, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Here you go. Actually, I'll give you one of the, there's 3 different flavors. One of them is kind of red, and it's called a Cabernet cherry. Actually, 1, 2, 3, there's 4. But I'm not sure what's different about them. But there you go. Well, kitties cannot have chocolate, so she can want in one hand and fill the other with kibble. Yes, Wheezy, hello. Okay. For there is a proper time and custom for every matter, though a man's trouble is multiplied upon him. If no one knows what will happen, who can tell him when it will happen? There is no man who has power to restrain the wind with the wind, and there is none who has power over the day of death, and there is no discharge in the time of war, and wickedness will not provide escape to its masters. All this I have seen and given my heart to every work that has been done under the sun, wherein a man has power over another man to his calamity. And you're going to hear my kitty crunching her food, maybe. So then I have seen the wicked buried, those who used to go in and out from the holy place, and those are soon forgotten in the city where they did this. This too is vanity, because the sentence against an evil work is not executed quickly. Therefore, the hearts of the sons of men among them are given fully to do evil. Although a sinner does evil 100 times and may prolong his life, still I know that it will be well for those who fear God, who fear him openly. But it will not be well for the wicked man, and he will not prolong his days like a shadow, because he does not fear God openly. There is vanity which is done on the earth, that is, there are righteous men to whom it happens according to the works of the wicked. On the other hand, there are wicked men to whom it happens according to the works of the righteous. I say that this too is vanity, so I laud gladness. For there is nothing good for a man under the sun except to eat and to drink and to be merry, and this will join with him in his labor throughout the days of his life which God has given him under the sun. When I gave my heart to know wisdom, and to see the endeavor which has been done on the earth, even though one never sees sleep with his eyes day or night, and I saw every work of God, I concluded that man cannot find out the work which has been done under the sun. Even though man should seek laboriously, he will not find it out. And though the wise man should say, I know, he cannot find it out. Now with Ecclesiastes chapter 8, of which the key verse is noted as though a sinner do evil 100 times, and his days be prolonged, yet surely I know that it shall be well with them that fear God, which fear before him. Okay. And we have 4 chapters left of Ecclesiastes. So I'm going to take a little drink to wet the whistle, and then we will continue on to Ecclesiastes chapter 9. Welcome to those just coming in, and God bless you. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. Ecclesiastes chapter 9. For I have given all this to my heart, and explain it that righteous men, wise men, and their service are in the hand of God. Man does not know whether it will be love or hatred. Anything may be before him. It is the same for all. There is one fate for the righteous and for the wicked, for the good, for the clean, and for the unclean, for the man who offers a sacrifice, and for the one who does not sacrifice. As the good man is, so is the sinner. As the swearer is, so is the one who is afraid to swear. This is an evil in all that is done under the sun, that there is one fate for all. Furthermore, the hearts of the sons of men are full of evil, and madness is in their hearts throughout their lives. The kitten is scratching my chair. Baby. I know you want me to go get in bed. It's gonna be a little while yet, but I can hold you while I read. Afterwards they go to the dead. For whoever is joined with all the living, there is confidence. Surely a live dog is better than a dead lion. For the living know they will die, but the dead do not know anything, nor have they any longer a reward, for the memory of them is forgotten. Oh, you want down? Okay. Indeed, their love, their hate, and their zeal have already perished, and they will never again have a portion in all that is done under the sun. Go then, eat your bread in gladness, and drink your wine with a merry heart, for God has already accepted your works. Let your clothes be white all the time, and let not oil be lacking on your head. See life with the woman whom you love all the days of your vain life, which he has given to you under the sun, all the days of your vanity, for this is your portion in life, and in your labor in which you have labored under the sun. Whatever your hand finds to do, do it with all your might, for there is no working or explaining or knowledge or wisdom in Sheol where you are going. I again saw under the sun that the race is not to the swift, and the battle is not to the mighty, and neither is bread to the wise, nor riches to the discerning, nor favor to men who know, for time and misfortune overtake them all. Moreover, man does not know his time. Like fish seized in an evil net, and birds seized in a trap, so the sons of men are ensnared at an evil time when it suddenly falls on them. Also this I came to see as wisdom under the sun, and it was great to me. Hang on just a second. I have to let one of my kittens out. Hey, want to go out? Okay. Oh. Go out too. Pause for when you're ready to come back in. Okay. Sorry for the interruption. Also this I came to see as wisdom under the sun, and it was great to me. There was a small city with few men in it, and a great king came to it, surrounded it, and built large siege works against it. But there was found in it a poor wise man, and he provided a way of escape for the city by his wisdom. Yet no one remembered that poor man. So I said, wisdom is better than strength, but the wisdom of the poor man is despised, and his words are not heard. The words of the wise, heard in restfulness, are better than the shouting of a ruler among fools. Wisdom is better than weapons of war, but one sinner destroys much good. And that was Ecclesiastes chapter 9. And they say the key verse is Ecclesiastes 9:10, whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with all thy might. Interesting choice for the key verse. Okay. Hang on just a moment. Okay. Ecclesiastes chapter 10. Actually, let me get the key verse ready. There we go. Dead flies make a perfumer's oil stink. So a little simple-minded folly is weightier than wisdom and honor. A wise man's heart directs him toward the right, but the foolish man's heart directs him toward the left. Even when the simple-minded fool walks along the road, his heart lacks wisdom, and he says to all that he is a simple-minded fool. If the ruler's temper rises against you, do not abandon your position, because calmness causes great offenses to be abandoned. There is an evil I have seen under the sun, like a mistake which goes forth from the one in power. Folly is set in many exalted places, while rich men sit in humble places. I have seen slaves riding on horses and princes walking like slaves on the land. And my son is here to finish this chapter reading for you so I can go powder my nose. This is Kenneth, for those who don't know him. Hi. Thank you, honey. I'll be right back. Well, you know, I can't walk, so take me.
Hello, how's everyone doing? I am going to pilfer one of these cherries right here. Okay. He who digs a pit may fall into it, and a serpent may bite him who breaks through a wall. He who quarries stones may be hurt by them, and he who splits logs may be endangered by them. If the axe is dull, and he does not sharpen its edge, then he must exert more strength. Wisdom has the advantage of giving success. If the serpent bites before being charmed, there is no advantage for the charmer. Words from the mouth of the wise man are gracious, but the lips of a fool swallow him up. The beginning of the words of his mouth is simple-minded folly, and the end of what comes from his mouth is evil madness. Yet the simple-minded fool multiplies words. No man knows what will happen, and who can tell him what will come after him? The labor of a fool so wearies him that he does not even know how to go to a city. Woe to you, a land whose king is a young man and whose princes eat in the morning. Blessed are you, a land whose king is of nobility and whose princes eat at the appropriate time, for might and not for drinking. Through indolence the beams sag, and through slack hands the house leaks. Men prepare bread for laughter, and wine makes life glad. And money is the answer to everything. Furthermore, in your bedchamber do not curse a king, and in your sleeping rooms do not curse a rich man. For a bird of the sky will bring the sound, and the winged creature will tell you the matter. Will tell the matter. Oh my god.
Thank you. Go ahead and press enter on the key verses there.
Both?
Yeah, on both streams.
Okay.
I've just been putting the key verse after each chapter.
Yeah.
I'm just going to take my pills real quick, and then I will read the next chapter. Thank you, honey.
Yep.
Welcome to those just coming in. God bless you. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. I am going to read Ecclesiastes 11 here in just a second after I take my medication. I would love to get to know you. Feel free to jump in the comments and say hello. or you are welcome to just listen quietly. I know a lot of people prefer to do that. If you are new here, we would love to have you join over on the God Squad Discord. The link is in the pinned comment. It is also in my channel description if you want to find it at another time. I'm just going to take a drink to get these pills down and we will carry on. Okay. I'm going to get the key verse ready for this next chapter. And then I will read. Okay. There we go. Do you mind filling this for me real quick? So I can read. Thank you. Okay. Ecclesiastes chapter 11. Cast your bread on the surface of the waters, for you will find it after many days. Divide your portion to 7, or even to 8, for you do not know what calamity may occur on the earth. If the clouds are full, they empty the rain upon the earth, and whether a tree falls toward the south or toward the north, wherever the tree falls, there it lies. He who watches the wind will not sow, and he who looks at the clouds will not reap. Just as you do not know the path of the wind, and how bones are formed in the womb of the pregnant woman, so you do not know the work of God who works all things. Sow your seed in the morning, and do not put your hands down in the evening, for you do not know whether morning or evening sowing will succeed, or whether both of them alike will be good. The light is sweet, and it is good for the eyes to see the sun. Indeed, if a man should live many years, let him be glad in them all, and let him remember the days of darkness, for they will be many. Everything that is to come will be vanity. Excuse me. Be glad, young man, during your childhood, and let your heart be merry during the days of young manhood, and walk in the ways of your heart and in the sights of your eyes. Yet know that God will bring you to judgment for all these things. So remove vexation from your heart and put away evil from your flesh, because childhood and the prime of life are vanity. And that was Ecclesiastes chapter 11, of which they cite verse 5 as the key verse. As thou knowest not what is the way of the Spirit, even so thou knowest not the works of God who maketh all. I usually only do King James Version in videos I edit. Okay. Ecclesiastes chapter 12. I'm going to get the key verse ready, and this will be the final chapter of this book, and then we will carry on to Song of Solomon, or Song of Songs, depending on what you refer to it as, either or to me. Okay. Remember also your Creator in the days of your youth, before the evil days happen and the years draw near, in which you will say, I have no delight in them, before the sun and the light, the moon and the stars are darkened, and clouds return after the rain, in the day that the watchmen of the house tremble, and valiant men bend down, the grinding ones stand idle because they are few, and those who look through windows grow dark. And the doors on the streets are shut as the sound of the grinding mill is low. And one will arise at the sound of the bird, and all the daughters of song will sing softly. Furthermore, men are afraid of a high place and of terrors on the road. The almond tree blooms, the grasshopper drags itself along, and the caperberry is ineffective. For man goes to his eternal home, but the mourners go about in the street. Remember him before the silver cord is snapped and the golden bowl is crushed, The pitcher by the spring is broken, and the wheel at the cistern is crushed. Then the dust will return to the earth as it was, and the spirit will return to God who gave it. Vanity of vanities, says the preacher, all is vanity. In addition to being a wise man, the preacher also taught the people knowledge, and he pondered, searched out, and arranged many proverbs. The preacher sought to find delightful words and words of truth written uprightly. The words of wise men are like goads, and masters of these collections are like well-driven nails. They are given by one shepherd. But in addition to this, my son, be warned. The making of many books is endless, and much devotion to books is wearying to the flesh. The end of the matter, all that has been heard, fear God and keep his commandments, because this is the end of the matter for all mankind. For God will bring every work to judgment, everything which is hidden, whether it is good or evil. And they cite the key verse as fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man, which is a good one. But I also like this last one. For God will bring every work to judgment, everything which is hidden, whether it is good or evil. So I will paste that one as well. And now we are headed into Song of Songs, or Song of Solomon. Welcome to those just joining. God bless you. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. This next one is a short book. Some find it a bit uncomfortable. Okay, chapter 1. The Song of Songs, which is Solomon's. May he kiss me with the kisses of his mouth, for your love is better than wine. Your oils have a pleasing fragrance. Your name is like purified oil. Therefore the maidens love you. Draw me after you, and let us run together. The king has brought me into his chambers. We will rejoice in you and be glad. We will extol your love more than wine. Rightly do they love you. I am black but lovely, O daughters of Jerusalem, like the tents of Kedar, like the curtains of Solomon. Do not look at me because I am swarthy, for the sun has burned me. My mother's sons were angry with me. They made me caretaker of the vineyards, but I have not taken care of my own vineyard. Tell me, O you whom my soul loves, where do you shepherd your flock? Where do you make it lie down at noon? For why should I be like one who veils herself beside the flocks of your companions? If you yourself do not know, most beautiful among women, go forth on the trail of the flock and pasture your young goats by the dwellings of the shepherds. To a mirror of mine among the chariots of Pharaoh, I compare you, O my darling. Your cheeks are lovely with ornaments, your neck with strings of beads. We will make for you ornaments of gold with beads of silver. While the king was at his banqueting table, my perfume gave forth its fragrance. My beloved is to me a pouch of myrrh, which lies all night between my breasts. My beloved is to me a cluster of henna blossoms in the vineyards of En-Gedi. Behold, you are beautiful, my darling. Behold, you are beautiful. Your eyes are like doves. Behold, you are handsome, my beloved, indeed so pleasant. Indeed, our couch is luxuriant. The beams of our houses are cedars, our rafters cypresses. And that was chapter 1. And they cite the key verse as, let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth, for thy love is better than wine. Which is a beautiful verse. So I will get the key verse ready for the next chapter, and we will carry on reading. Actually, I better take a drink first. Okay. I hope everybody is well tonight. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. Excuse me. I am the rose of Sharon, the lily of the valleys. Like a lily among the thorns, so is my darling among the daughters. Like an apple tree among the trees of the forest, so is my beloved among the sons. In his shade I had great desire and sat down, and his fruit was sweet to my taste. He has brought me to his house of banqueting, and his banner over me is love. Sustain me with raisin cakes, refresh me with apples, because I am lovesick. Let his left hand be under my head, and his right hand embrace me. I call you to solemnly swear, O daughters of Jerusalem, by the gazelles or by the hinds of the field, that you do not arouse or awaken my love until she pleases. The voice of my beloved, behold, he is coming, leaping on the mountains, jumping on the hills. My beloved is like a gazelle or a young stag. Behold, he is standing behind our wall. He gazes through the windows. He is peering through the lattice. My beloved answered and said to me, Arise, my darling, my beautiful one, and come along. For behold, the winter is past, the rain is over, it is gone. The flowers have appeared in the land, the time for pruning has arrived, and the voice of the turtle dove has been heard in our land. The fig tree has ripened its figs, and the vines in blossom have given forth their fragrance. Arise, my darling, my beautiful one, and come along. O my dove, in the clefts of the rock, in the secret place of the steep pathway, let me see your appearance, let me hear your voice, for your voice is sweet, and your appearance is lovely. Seize the foxes for us, the little foxes that are wreaking destruction on the vineyards, while our vineyards are in blossom. My beloved is mine, and I am his, he who shepherds his flock among the lilies. Until the day breathes and the shadows flee, turn, my beloved, and be like a gazelle or a young stag on the mountains of Bether. And the key verse for that is 4, which is, He brought me to the banqueting house, and his banner over me was love. So I'm going to prepare the key verse for chapter 3 and carry on reading. Excuse me. Ever since I inhaled that drink I was trying to take. Okay. On my bed, night after night, I sought him, whom my soul loves. I sought him, but did not find him. I must arise now and go about the city. In the streets and in the squares, I must seek him whom my soul loves. I sought him, but did not find him. The watchmen who go about the city found me, and I said, Have you seen him whom my soul loves? Scarcely had I passed them by when I found him whom my soul loves. I seized him and would not let him go, until I had brought him to my mother's house and into the chamber of her who conceived me. I call you to solemnly swear, O daughters of Jerusalem, by the gazelles or by the hinds of the field, that you do not arouse or awaken my love until she pleases. Who is this coming up from the wilderness like columns of smoke, as rising incense of myrrh and frankincense, with all scented powders of the merchant? Behold, it is a traveling couch of Solomon, 60 mighty men around it, of the mighty men of Israel. All of them are those who seize the sword, learned in war. Each man has his sword at his side, guarding against the dreadful things of the night. King Solomon has made for himself a sedan chair from the timber of Lebanon. He made its posts of silver, its back of gold, and its seat of purple fabric, with its interior inlaid with love. By the daughters of Jerusalem. Go forth and see, O daughters of Zion, King Solomon with the crown, with which his mother has crowned him on the day of his wedding, and on the day of his gladness of heart. And that was chapter 3. The key verse is, I found him whom my soul loveth, I held him and would not let him go. And I will get the key verse ready and carry on reading. Actually, I'll take a quick drink and then I will continue on reading. If you need prayer, please don't hesitate to ask. I appreciate you being here with me tonight. I'm so glad you are hearing the Word of God. Okay, Song of Songs, or Song of Solomon, chapter 4. Behold, you are beautiful, my darling. Behold, you are beautiful. Your eyes are like doves behind your veil. Your hair is like a flock of goats that have leapt down from Mount Gilead. Your teeth are like a flock of newly shorn ewes, which have come up from their washing, all of which bear twins, and not one among them has lost her young. That's a nice way to say she has all of her teeth. Your lips are like a scarlet thread, and your mouth is lovely. Your temples are like a slice of pomegranate behind your veil. Your neck is like the Tower of David, built with rows of stones, on which are hung 1,000 shields, all the small shields of the mighty men. Hi.
I wanted to pretend fight Stan, and he gave me the middle finger.
What? Okay, well, you tell him to come here and talk to me. Sorry for that. Okay. Your two breasts are like two fawns, twins of a gazelle, which feed among the lilies. Until the day breathes and the shadows flee, I will go my way to the mountain of myrrh and to the hill of frankincense. You are altogether beautiful, my darling, and there is no blemish in you. Come with me from Lebanon, my bride. May you come with me from Lebanon. Journey down from the top of Amana, from the top of Senir and Hermon, from the dens of lions, from the mountains of leopards. You have made my heart faster, my sister, my bride. You have made my heart beat faster with a single glance of your eyes, with a single strand of your necklace. How beautiful is your love, my sister, my bride. How much better is your love than wine, and the fragrance of your oils than all kinds of spices. Your lips, my bride, drip honey from the comb. Honey and milk are under your tongue, and the fragrance of your garments is like the fragrance of Lebanon. Hey, what were you thinking?
Oh,
Not cool at all. So you need to go and make it right. Go play. We will talk again about this later, okay? Sorry for that. A garden locked is my sister, my bride. A rock garden locked, a spring sealed up. Your shoots are an orchard of pomegranates with choice fruits, henna with nard plants, nard and saffron, calamus and cinnamon, with all the trees of frankincense, myrrh and aloes, along with all the finest spices. You are a garden spring, a well of fresh water, and streams flowing from Lebanon. Awake, O north wind, and come, wind of the south. Make my garden breathe out fragrance, let its spices flow forth. May my beloved come into his garden and eat its choice fruits. And that was chapter 4. Of which they cite verse 7 as the key verse, which is, Thou art all fair, my love, there is no spot in thee. So I'm going to get the next key verse ready and carry on reading into chapter 5. Okay. I have come into my garden, my sister, my bride. I have picked my myrrh along with my balsam. I have eaten my honeycomb with my honey. I have drunk my wine with my milk. Eat, friends, drink and imbibe deeply, O lovers. I was asleep, but my heart was awake. A voice, my beloved, was knocking. Open to me, my sister, my darling, my dove, my perfect one. For my head is full of dew, my locks with the damp of the night. I have taken off my long-sleeved garment. How can I put it on again? I have washed my feet. How can I dirty them again? My beloved sent forth his hand through the opening, and my feelings moaned for him. I arose to open to my beloved, and my hands dripped with myrrh, and my fingers with liquid myrrh on the handles of the lock. I opened to my beloved, but my beloved had turned away and passed by. My soul went out to him as he spoke. I searched for him, but I did not find him. I called him, but he did not answer me. The watchmen who go about in the city found me. They struck me and wounded me. The guardsmen of the walls took away my shawl from me. I call you to solemnly swear, O daughters of Jerusalem, if you find my beloved, what will you tell him? Tell him that I am sick with love. What is your beloved that he is more than any other beloved, O most beautiful among women? What is your beloved that he is more than any other beloved, that thus you call us to solemnly swear? My beloved is dazzling and ruddy, lifted up as a banner among 10,000. His head is like gold, fine gold. His locks are like clusters of dates, and black as a raven. His eyes are like doves, beside streams of water, washed in milk and sitting in their setting. His cheeks are like a bed of spices, towers of sweet-scented herbs. His lips are lilies, dripping with liquid myrrh. His hands are rods of gold, set with beryl. His abdomen is a plate of ivory inlaid with sapphires. His legs are pillars of marble, set on bases of fine gold. His appearance is like Lebanon, choice as the cedars. His mouth is full of sweetness, and he is wholly desirable. This is my beloved, and this is my friend, O daughters of Jerusalem. And that was chapter 5. And they cite 16 as the key verse, which is, his mouth is most sweet. Yea, he is altogether lovely. This is my beloved, and this is my friend. And I will carry on reading to chapter 6 here as soon as I have the key verse. Actually, I'm going to take a little drink. Chapter 6. Where has your beloved gone, O most beautiful among women? Where has your beloved turned, that we may seek him with you? My beloved has gone down to his garden, to the beds of spices, to shepherd his flock in the gardens and gather lilies. I am my beloved's, and my beloved is mine, he who shepherds his flock among the lilies. You are as beautiful as Tirzah, my darling, as lovely as Jerusalem, as majestic as an army with banners. Turn your eyes away from me, for they have overwhelmed me. Your hair is like a flock of goats that have leapt down from Gilead. Your teeth are like a flock of ewes which have come up from their washing, all of which bear twins, and not one among them has lost her young. Your temples are like a slice of a pomegranate behind your veil. There are 60 queens and 80 concubines and maidens without number. She is the only one, my dove, my perfect one. She is the only one of her mother. She is the pure one of her who bore her. The daughters saw her and called her blessed, the queens and the concubines also, and they praised her, saying, Who is this that looks down like the dawn, as beautiful as the full moon, as pure as the sun, as majestic as an army with banners? I went down to the garden of nut trees to see the blossoms of the valley, to see whether the vine had flourished or the pomegranates had bloomed. I did not know it, but my soul set me among the chariots of my noble people. Come back, O Shulamite. Come back, that we may behold you. Why should you behold the Shulamite as at the dance of the two companies? And that was chapter 6. And the key verse is, I am my beloved's, and my beloved is mine. And we just have 2 chapters left for the night, and then we will have completed 3 books in one live stream. Okay, so I have that key verse ready. And chapter 7. How beautiful are your feet in sandals, O noble's daughter. The curves of your thighs are like ornaments, the work of the hands of an artist. Your navel is like a round basin, which never lacks mixed wine. Your belly is like a heap of wheat encircled with lilies. Your 2 breasts are like 2 fawns, twins of a gazelle. Your neck is like a tower of ivory, your eyes like the pools in Heshbon, by the gate of Bath-rabbim. Your nose is like the tower of Lebanon, which faces toward Damascus. Your head crowns you like Carmel, and the flowing locks of your head are like purple threads. The king is captivated by your tresses. How beautiful and how pleasant you are, my love, with all your pleasures. Your stature is like a palm tree, and your breasts are like its clusters. I said, I will climb the palm tree, I will seize its fruit stalks. Oh, may your breasts be like the clusters of the vine, and the fragrance of your breath like apples, and your mouth like the best wine. It goes down smoothly for my beloved, flowing gently through the lips of those who fall asleep. I am my beloved's, and his desire is for me. Come, my beloved, let us go out into the fields. Let us spend the night in the villages. Let us rise early and go to the vineyards. Let us see whether the vine has flourished and its blossoms have opened, and whether the pomegranates have bloomed. There I will give you my love. The mandrakes have given forth fragrance, and over our doors are all choice fruits, both new and old, which I have treasured up for you, my beloved. And that was chapter 7. And of course they went with, I am my beloved's, and his desire is toward me, which is verse 10 of chapter 7. And then chapter 8 will be our final chapter of the night. Getting the key verse prepared here. And then I will take a drink and we will finish up. We find it's so hard sometimes to be in our Bible every day, right? And let's see, I've been live for 4 hours. It's going on 4.5. And I've read 3 whole books of the Bible to you guys. Plus we've chatted and prayed and things. So we need to try to keep in perspective just how little time it does take to read the Bible and try to make sure we are in there reading it. And I will say that even I struggle with that, you know. So definitely no judgment. And I am glad to be here reading for those who prefer to listen than to read it themselves. And some people, early on when I started doing this, I had someone come and tell me that they have low vision. They're not blind, but they have very low vision. So listening is how they consume the Word of God. So I definitely am glad to be here. Oh, that you were like a brother to me, who nursed at my I'm sorry, I know I was going to trip on that. Oh, that you were like a brother to me, who nursed at my mother's breasts. If I found you outside, I would kiss you. No one would despise me either. I would lead you and bring you into the house of my mother, who used to teach me. I would give you spiced wine to drink from the sweet wine of my pomegranates. Let his left hand be under my head, and his right hand embrace me. I call you to solemnly swear, O daughters of Jerusalem. Why should you arouse or awaken my love until she pleases? Who is this coming up from the wilderness, leaning on her beloved? Beneath the apple tree I awakened you. There your mother was in labor with you. There she was in labor and gave you birth. Put me like a seal over your heart, like a seal on your arm. For love is as strong as death, jealousy is as severe as Sheol. Its flashes are flashes of fire, the very flame of Yah. Many waters cannot quench love, nor will rivers overflow it. If a man were to give all the riches of his house for love, it would be utterly despised. We have a little sister, and she has no breasts. What shall we do for our sister on the day when she is spoken for? If she is a wall, we will build on her a battlement of silver, but if she is a door, we will barricade her with planks of cedar. I was a wall, and my breasts were like towers. Then I became in his eyes as one who finds peace. Solomon had a vineyard at Baal-Hamon. He gave the vineyard to caretakers. Each one was to bring 1,000 shekels of silver for its fruit. My very own vineyard is before me. The 1,000 shekels are for you, Solomon, and 200 are for those who take care of its fruit. O you who sit in the gardens, my companions are giving heed to your voice. Let me hear it. Hurry, my beloved, and be like a gazelle or a young stag on the mountains of spices. And that was the end of Song of Solomon, or Song of Songs. And for chapter 8, they cite verse 7, many waters cannot quench love, neither can the floods drown it. So I thank you all for being here with me tonight. God bless you. And we will start Isaiah on the next live, which may be tomorrow, but maybe on Monday. God bless you. Sleep tight and dream sweet, or have a wonderful day wherever you may be, what time it is there. Again, thank you. God bless, and bye-bye.